Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the sea. Must shit, juice, shit, set I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face.
Oh my God. Hold on, guys.
Thank you all.
I can't get it to stop. Okay, wow. Can you guys hear me? Everything going okay? I don't know what's going on. Good morning, butterfly.
Good morning.
I don't think
What are we
my
doing?
I don't think my computer's had enough coffee this morning. I don't know what the heck just happened.
I
Um,
know I haven't. Good
I guess we're good
morning,
here.
everyone.
Dang. I don't know what just happened there. We got possessed. Damn, who let Lori out of the portal?
Oh,
Shit, I put
are
her
we
ass
doing that?
away. I put her away. One of y'all done summons her back up. Y'all done took all my hard work.
Where's Joe?
Took me. I'm gonna blame him. It took me a week to put that bitch back in her portal. All
Oh,
right.
goodness.
So anyway, we're good to go here. We're good to go. All right. Sorry
Had
for the
one sip
creepy.
of coffee, so we're on right path, I guess.
Well, I know Mercury's about to come into retrograde. Maybe it's happening today. Maybe it already started. I don't know. It's my ruling planet, so when it goes cattywampus, so do I. And it's just I'm used to it. But welcome to my world, y'all. So good morning, everybody. I done been up since like 4:30. Had a whole
Oh,
pot of
geez. I
coffee.
just woke up.
I already had breakfast. I'm like, I'm bored. I need to go talk to people.
Nice. Morning, Forest and Sleuthing.
Hey,
Goosey.
hey, Sleuthy Goosey. Good
Nice
to
to
see
see
you.
you.
I
Yeah.
know. Been a minute. Me and somebody were talking the other day, and they mentioned a spreadsheet, and I was like, you cannot go wrong with a Sleuthy Goosey spreadsheet. Come on,
Right?
you just cannot. Motion to scream. What the fuck? Granted, my favorite handle in all of the social media streets. Welcome in,
Good
everybody. Welcome
morning.
in. So we're just going to be doing a good case update here this morning on a couple of things. We're going to knock old Koberger right on out of the way. It's really not about him this morning, and it's really not about a lot of anything that we haven't discussed already. The Chapins did come out and speak with the news, and one thing they did say, and we're not really gonna watch anything to pertain to that. We've seen a lot of it. They just said that they weren't going to go to the sentencing, and I respect it and I understand it. It's like she said, it's not going to change anything. It's not going to affect anything. But they've chosen to go spend the day as a family together alone. And hey, whatever floats their boat. And I think that's what they're going to do is take the boat out for the day. So that's the only thing that's happened since the last time we talked about him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was about it. Really just and I think Patterson came out and did a little interview about the book, but book's out there, you guys, if y'all want to grab it. And I think Dolphins must be deep into the book because I've not seen her. I
She goes down the rabbit hole.
haven't seen my friend in a minute, so I know the book came out Monday morning and she got it and she told me a couple of things and then she's gone AWOL on me, so I don't know. Well, she's probably deep into that book by now. I haven't gotten it yet. Don't know that I will either. I'll hear
Yeah,
about
I'm
it.
not sure. I'll let Dolphin tell us about it.
I'll listen to it maybe if I'm up
Yeah.
cleaning my house. I'll throw it on and
True.
Audi. I think that Audible has it.
Mm-hmm. I do Libby. It's an app, so it's connected to your library
Yeah.
subscription or whatever. So I do that, especially at
Yeah.
work. When I was working, I would listen to
Hmm.
audiobooks during the day sometimes.
I would listen to stuff in the car like that too, and I don't drive anymore, so I'm like at home all the time. I'm like, and my
Mm-hmm.
attention span gets real bad, and I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm bored, and I
same.
forgot I was paying attention to. I'm like, I'll go to review something, and totally forget I'm supposed to be reviewing it. Like I'm like, oh
Yeah.
shit, I gotta rewind. I missed.
Mm-hmm. Same.
Sleuthy. Yeah, Sleuthy. Reports are Steve said that him and his family wouldn't be there, but they're not. They're going like in pro. They're not. They've made their decision like in protest. I think, like opposite of what the Chapins' reasonings for not going are. But that's what we've heard is they don't plan to go and give impact statements. But I don't know if that's true for all of them. You know.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they'll have like either some like a representative of the family maybe read an impact statement. Sometimes they can do
I
that, but I don't
maybe
know.
they'll get Aunt Tammy to go do it, but or their youngest
Maybe
daughter.
another member of the family.
Well,
I don't know.
Kaylee's Aunt Tammy's always been right there with them, and if it's not the G's speaking, it was usually her. So that's
Mm-hmm.
all I can figure. I stopped paying attention to the Gonzalez family over a year ago. People get all the time mad at them for whatever they say and do out there. I'm like, I'm not the parent to that child, so let them say and do whatever they
Mm-hmm.
want. It's not going to affect anything except cause me anxiety if people want me to have anxiety from it, and it doesn't give me anxiety, so I've never cared. I've always thought,
Right.
it might be time to go sit down and be quiet for a minute, but hey, do you? Yeah, I just I know grief is a strange beast, and you don't want to do things you may regret later because you won't have the chance for a redo, but
Yeah. True.
people handle it how they want. Um,
Yeah. I mean, because when you're in that state of mind, how do you know? Like, you just know what you feel at the time. So, and go off of that. Unless you're
well,
getting like some type of therapy or something can help you
different
along the
things are
way.
fueling the fire here, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than just maybe the Steve Gonzalez family not knowing how to handle or deal with their grief, but I think it's also
Mm-hmm.
personal
Yeah.
political views, all kinds of things come into it. You know what I mean? It's like, ugh.
Social media.
Not no. I mean, because I've watched the G's for so long, and I've
Mm-hmm.
analyzed them, and I've studied, and I know the situation. It almost and you can't hardly say there's people taking it the wrong way and making it like a political thing, and I'm not doing that. But
Mm-hmm.
Steve Gonzalez has certain ideologies. I didn't say that word right. Ideology. I cannot get the word to roll off my tongue, guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ideologies or whatever you call
Ideologies.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I think some of that may have a part in their thing, but that's fine. They got the right to feel how they want to feel, I guess. But I don't know what all's driving their views, you know what I mean? How they think and feel.
Yeah.
But trying to get it, you know what? It's easy to have the people turn on you, right? You not
Mm-hmm.
like
One
us,
little thing.
right? One
Get
little thing,
canceled.
right? And and then I felt like at some point that might start to happen if it didn't slow the roll. Because honestly, you're not the only parents. There's 4 victims, 4 different families, and they all have to be accommodated. And we're
Mm-hmm.
also not considering the fact that the DoorDash driver just got outed for being possibly a drug head, and people are already ripping her to shreds. Of course, if Ann Taylor went to trial, she'd done the same thing. She had done the same thing to Dylan, which is her job, whatever. But there was a lot to weigh with that decision. It wasn't based on one family said, hey, go for it, right?
Right.
Ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
I have a question. I
What's your
switched earbud. I switched earbuds. So how do I sound? Do I sound okay? Do I have a lot of feedback?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Okay. Good. Just wanted to check.
Sorry, I was taking a drink. No, you actually
Okay.
sound really
Cool.
good. I don't hear any feedback at all.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, we're doing good on that then. So we do have the Koberger hearing on the 17th coming up on the gag order. We'll cover that, and then the sentencing, of course, will be covering that as well. And then maybe once they have the sentencing, the judge will do what he says, and he'll lift that gag order. I doubt he'll do it on the 17th during that hearing. He's like, y'all slow your roll, wait 6 more days. he might surprise me and say, "Oh, you know what? You're right. Fuck it. Let's just
Right.
do this." And of course, when the
Take care
great
of it all.
look,
Yeah.
I kept calling it the great unsealing when the judge says, "This is ridiculous to seal all this. Let's start unsealing." So I'm like, "Yay, the great unsealing." And I'm like, "Oh no, we sealed it back all up again." So I'm
Yeah.
waiting on the great unsealing to actually happen, and then we can have something to look at and dive into.
Mm-hmm.
So, as we were all trying to watch yesterday, our favorite guy that I love to cuss out had that little hearing and wanted to write with
Mm.
a real pen. And I just got so tickled at the judge examining
I
that.
know. That was hilarious.
He's like, he's
Just
never
his
seen that.
faces.
He's, he's like, "Can you really write with this?" It's no wonder he didn't try it out to make sure. But yeah, so the document finally came down and finally made it viewable for us to read that document. And we're going to take a look at the big motion for unshackle me and let me have a real ink pen,
Mm.
please.
Oh my God.
And the judge, I went back and listened to parts of that hearing again,
Mm-hmm.
and I think the judge did approve the leg brace, the one that doesn't bend once they stand up. I like that one.
Yeah.
That way he can't run, he has to hobble.
Well, I don't think he'd run anyway, but
That's what
yeah.
they said in court,
I'm
though.
all for him getting zapped. Yeah.
Yeah. The bailiff guy's like, "Oh, he wouldn't be able to run, he could just hobble." And I was like, that is so funny. I want to see
Mm-hmm.
Stearns hobble.
Exactly.
I want to see him
Crawl, dude, crawl.
right? Cry out for your mommy to bring you some coffee and candy.
Mm.
Ugh.
Origami paper.
Oh my gosh. He's got that book now on that fancy jailhouse chef food. So maybe he's in there
Yeah.
making him up some ramen noodles and Doritos.
Nasty. Just like him.
Nasty food for the nasty guy.
Mhm. Throw some little dirt in it while you're at it.
That cookbook was funny that he ordered that. I mean, I wonder what guy told him, "Hey man, you better have your mom order me that cookbook.
Probably. That's probably what it is.
I'm gonna beat you up in a little bit if you don't get your mommy to order this darn book." Because
Oh,
this
gosh.
jailhouse food is getting to me. All right.
He needs one on how to wash your ass.
Oh, she didn't. She did. He does need one on that because they've had to force this dude to go take showers. Like, man, you're stinking up the whole county jail out here. Come on, Stinky.
Yeah, I went there.
Yeah. That's okay. All right. So, in the headline alone on this, man, the title to this motion, defendant's motion to be free from physical restraint and to use normal writing utensils. Lord, y'all know I'm going to get going if I don't care. Oh, I have to pace myself. Okay. And it's a 9 damn page motion for
That's extreme.
for an ink pen.
Oh gosh.
And she's probably going to mention how uncomfortable he'll be, but we don't
Oh
care.
jeez, I really don't care. Give him all the uncomfortableness that he
I say we
can.
shackle him head to toe, throw something around them ankles, get them
Put
wrists.
something over his face because I really don't want to see it.
Right? They need one of them black things. Like, where's that balaclava that Koberger was ordering? Can we borrow one of those?
Right?
Now comes the defendant vying through the undersigned attorney and respectfully moves this honorable court to enter its order for the removal of all physical restraint devices from the defendant's person during trial proceedings and to permit the defendant to use normal writing instruments during trial proceedings. As grounds for this motion, the defendant asserts the following. He's going to assert something. The law prohibits the routine use of restraints during trial. In upholding a long-standing opposition to the routine use of shackling criminal defendants, the Supreme Court of the United States has continued to emphasize 3 fundamental legal principles. First, the criminal process presumes that the defendant is innocent until proven guilty. Second, the use of physical restraints interferes with the defendant's ability to communicate with his attorney. You can still talk and to participate in his own defense. And third, it is important to maintain a judicial process that is dignified.
Maybe she's worried about him swallowing the mic again. That's nearby
Yeah,
when he talks to her.
like, back up, dude. The Supreme Court
For real.
the routine of shackles in the presence of juries would undermine those symbolic yet concrete objectives. Physical restraints damage the integrity of criminal trials and are affront to the very dignity and decorum of judicial proceedings that the judge is seeking to uphold. I have thoughts, Shal, but I'm withholding them for a minute because I'm going to be nice. What's good for one defendant is good for another. Physical restraints damage the integrity of criminal trials and are an effort to the very dignity of decorum in judicial proceedings that the judge is seeking to uphold. This is so even if the physical restraints placed upon the defendant are not visible to the jury, because they still burden several aspects of a defendant's right to a fair trial. How if the jury can't even see it or are pretty much unaware it's even there? Huh. Juries aren't stupid.
Right.
For real, including his ability to confer with counsel and to participate fully in his defense. He needs to write to communicate efficiently. The 11th Circuit determined that the use of stun belts to restrain a criminal defendant raised the same set of constitutional concerns as other physical restraints. Specifically, the court reasoned that fear of receiving a painful and humiliating shock for any gesture that could be perceived as threatening likely chills a defendant's inclination to make any movements during trial, including those movements necessary for effective communication with counsel. So you're telling me that he might get accidentally zapped for turning toward his attorney or leaning in or getting ready to, like, you didn't jump like shabusiness.
Right. I don't think he can move that fast or chooses not to.
You said it.
I think
A snail mover over here.
I think what it is she doesn't want him like leaning over to whisper.
Nah, this is standard defense attorney bullshit.
No,
guys.
I know. I'm just
Yeah,
making
this
fun
is
of it.
this is just her standard. I need to get all I can done.
Yeah.
Death penalty case, blah, 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 blah. But girlfriend, you need to bring a little better than a damn ink pen and some shackles. This is common shit right here. The court also noted that it was, this ain't a common thing, you know. The court also noted that it was reasonable to assume that much of a defendant's focus and attention when wearing one of these devices is occupied by anxiety over the possible triggering of the belt. I mean, I get that. You know, do I got a trigger happy cop over there? Is my move going to be seen as, you know, vicious? Like, but then again, you put yourself in a position where you look like you might be the guy. I don't know. I mean, you got your rights, but you got to also keep the people's rights of safety and all that intact, right? You can't just go giving him all of his rights and to hell with the rest of you guys. You're not the one on trial.
Well, damn, he's in there for a violent offense, so it's not like he's in there.
We're here to uphold the victim's rights because, you know, those are the things that get trampled on while we're also trying to uphold a defendant's rights, which I'm not against. Make that crystal clear. But I'm also not against victims' rights either in the safety of the people. I don't want a weirdo in the courtroom having access to us. We don't know if he's innocent or guilty yet. Y'all haven't got that far. Jesus. Not in this case, but y'all know what I mean. In Hodgins, a murder case is which the defendant was found guilty and sentenced to death. The Florida Supreme Court reversed the verdict and the sentence. Justice Labarga concurred with the ruling of the court, but wrote separately to remind trial judges of the proper standard for shackling a defendant during trial. While it is within the trial court's discretion to determine whether physical restraints are needed for security purposes, putting a defendant in physical restraints such as shackles or waist restraints during a criminal trial is inherently prejudicial because visible physical restraints interfere with the defendant's presumption of innocence and the fairness of the fact-finding process. When she throws that whiteboard up there and all them images, let's get on with the fact-finding. Furthermore, while the trial court has the discretion to make this determination, the court cannot defer to placing the defendant in physical restraints by default or merely as a routine matter. Honey, it is routine, no. Instead, the court must hold a hearing, what they did, the need for which is addressed later in this motion. In many of the courtrooms in the Ninth Judicial Circuit Court of Florida, the only defendants who routinely shackled are those who are being held in the county jail at the time of trial proceedings. Consequently, those who are shackled are generally those who lack the financial resources to post bond. Whereas defendants charged with the same crime who can afford to post bond are afforded the right to a jury trial free from restraint. Now, that's true, but this guy ain't got no bond.
Exactly. I was just gonna say that. I was like, was
So
he
it
even eligible for bond anyway?
no, but if he got bonded out, then therefore he would be able to do that. But I get that part of it. The people who can't afford to bond out on a situation, they're stuck
Mhm.
there. And then again, I'm not blind and naive. I know that not everybody is guilty.
Right.
So I have to
But
be
in this
careful.
situation,
I don't want to take away all of Stefan's rights, but give them to everybody else. So he's got to have some, but I'm talking very minimum basic at this point. I don't
Mhm.
know how I feel about this dude. Shackling and restraining only those defendants who lack financial resources is discriminatory practice that violates Article 1-2 of the Florida Constitution. I can't say I don't disagree with that. This practice offends the dignity of the defendant and thwarts the central tenet of the judicial system, namely, everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Now, if Karen Read hadn't been bonded out or had been given a bond, would she have had to fight to go shackle free and enclosed? Probably not hard, but they would have done it.
Mhm.
So there's your difference. You got the money to buy it out. You can walk into all of your hearings and your trial dressed to the nines, unshackled and ready to go. But if you're still incarcerated during that process, you're coming in orange and you're coming in shackled. That is a problem.
Mhm.
But shackle them up, hell yeah, do it. All of them. Prior to using restraints during trial, the court must hold an evidentiary hearing at which the state may present evidence to support the necessity of using restraints. And it's funny because we watched the damn hearing and it was so uneventful and boring.
Yeah.
So if you're really going to be passionate and fight for your client's rights, get in there and do it. I'm so bored with these court trials lately. I want to see some fire in somebody's ass. I want to see me. I am so
When
ready
we
for
saw that in the Karen Read trial, they were so passionate, and then you go to another one where they're just
They were
blasé about
stifled though.
everything.
Every time they got super passionate, and I'm
Mhm.
here for it. No, enough of that. Enough of that. Settle down.
Mhm.
They weren't allowed to continue that, and I'm like, no, let them have at it. Let them finish, right? And
Mhm.
I'll get bored during a trial and start yawning and wanting to go take a nap and shit. Like, y'all, come on. What are we doing here? It's not gonna
Mhm.
go court on the damn TV. Come on. Anyway, I want some excitement.
Right.
That's how you're going to get me to buy into your theory. Bring me that passion. Otherwise, you're just a bump on the log talking shit that don't make no
Yep.
sense. At this hearing, the court must consider whether this particular defendant requires a special attention, such that restraint devices would need to be employed to protect the courtroom. Florida courts have found a sufficient showing of necessity to support the use of physical restraints on a defendant where there is a history of threat of escape or a demonstrated propensity for violence. We don't know that Stearns is not violent. For example, well, we doubt he is, but you know what I mean. We don't know. He might lose it in there and like, oh, business is coming out.
Right.
Use of
Well, I
shackles.
mean, he is
Go ahead.
headed to trial for, for what he did to Maddie. So there's that.
He's on
That's a
trial for a
violent
violent crime, right? You're on trial
Mhm.
for a violent crime. So how do we know you're not?
Mhm.
He's only violent toward children. For example, the use of shackles on the defendant during the trial of Blanco versus the state was justified by the defendant's statements to corrections officers that he would attempt to escape during the trial, and an attempt would batter and inflict bodily injury on persons in the courtroom. The defense does not anticipate any such evidence of intended violence to be presented at an evidentiary hearing and has not been provided with any statements by the defendant to be offered by the state that would indicate an intent by the defendant to engage in violence in the courtroom during the course of the trial. He's too chicken. He doesn't want to get hurt. Furthermore, the seriousness of severity of the charges themselves for which a defendant is on trial do not suffice on their own to justify the use of restraint devices. Hush it, dog. I'm busy. Annie, something in my front yard. Go kill it, whatever it is. Further, the seriousness or severity of the charges themselves for which a defendant is on trial do not suffice on their own to justify the use of restraint devices. Why? Because there's no children in the courtroom? Let's not forget the prosecution said we don't have a surviving witness to testify. Oh, yeah, that's right. What'd you do to her, Stearns? Or Jen?
Right.
I'm still confused on that one. Specifically, the court should consider a number of circumstances, including but not limited to a defendant's prison records, testimony of witnesses, testimony of correctional and law enforcement officials, a defendant's threat of harm or escape, and a defendant's conduct during the instant case proceedings. There is no evidence that the defendant will demonstrate anything or other than the proper courtroom decorum. Therefore, there is no basis to restrain him. However, if the state is seeking to use physical restraints on the defendant during trial, it must present evidence establishing that such restraint is necessary. It's just called normal routine courthouse safety. Hell, I
Exactly.
to pay that my kid's little fine he got, $25, and forgot that little pocket knife was way down there deep in my purse in that little torn spot where it slid into like a couple years ago, and I just left it there and forgot about.
Uh-oh.
And I go through the damn thing, and there's nobody in the courthouse. I'm the only one there. We're in a little rinky-dink town. I slide through, and he's like, "Wait a minute, ma'am." I'm like, "Wait a minute, sir. What do you mean, wait a minute, ma'am?" He's like, "Ma'am, you got a
And
weapon?
you're talking to me?
You got a weapon in your purse?" I'm like, "No, I don't." He's like, "Honey, yeah, you do. What is that?" I was like, "Oh shit." He laughed. Neither one of us could get it out. He's like, "How about I just escort you to where you need to go?" How about you just do that, sir? And let me get on up out of this courthouse with my little knife. That was for camping.
That's funny.
Yeah, that was for camping. Here, there is no evidence the defendant will demonstrate anything other than the proper courtroom decorum. Okay, well, we know he's going to sit there and eat his microphone. The defendant is entitled to use a normal writing instrument during the course of the trial. I'm scared he'll eat the crayons and the fingerprint you paint, Your Honor. We just don't know. In Deck, the United States Supreme Court provided 3 reasons for requiring an evidentiary showing from the state before ordering a defendant to be shackled during the course of a trial. That the criminal process presumes that the defendant is innocent until proven guilty. The use of physical restraints interferes with the defendant's ability to communicate with his attorney and to participate in his own defense. And it is important to maintain judicial process that is dignified. All 3 of these reasons directly apply to the consideration of whether a defendant should be required to use a special writing instrument, a special conspicuous jail pen that has no solid casing around the plastic ink container, permitting the writing utensil to remain firm and straight when writing. During the course of the trial, therefore, just as the state would need to provide evidence that would demonstrate a basis for the court to exercise its discretion in shackling a defendant during trial, so too should the state need to provide evidence that the use of a special writing instrument like a jail pen is necessary to resolve a safety concern. I think I need to go open me a new business. I'll make jail pens and sell them to county jails.
Right.
I am. Like, have little sayings on it and say, "Ha ha, you're incarcerated. You don't get a real pen." Jail pen is necessary to resolve a safety concern that outweighs the 3 concerns enumerated by the United States Supreme Court in Deck. Requiring the defendant to use a special writing instrument like the jail pen without evidence there is a specific safety concern that warrants an order requiring the defendant to do so contradicts the presumption of innocence. his writing utensil will affect the jury's decision. Special writing instruments like the gel pen are exclusively used as a preventative safety measure. That is to say, they have no reason for their use in place of a normal writing instrument. Restricting the defendant to the use of such a pen demonstrates that the defendant's presumption of innocence is not wholly intact, or that it comes with caveats. Now, I think jurors would understand that certain things are being done for safety reasons. They're not an indicator
Mm-hmm.
of guilt. We do not give jurors the credit they deserve. There's one or two out there that I wonder about,
Right.
that I really wonder about. But y'all pick them, not us. The defense and the prosecution, they choose the juries, not us. So y'all
I
chose.
doubt they care about the pen that he's using. The
I
type
doubt
of
the
pen.
jury does. There's some jurors out there that go, oh, look, he's having to use a little childlike pen. I feel bad for him, said the child molester.
Mm-hmm.
Furthermore, it offends the dignity of the proceedings in the same way that shackling a defendant does, without a showing that it is specifically warranted for the individual defendant. Requiring the defendant use a special writing instrument does not constitute the respectful treatment of defendants. Respectful treatment of defendants.
Maddie didn't get respectful treatment.
Yeah, it's hard. It's tough being a defense attorney. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm conflicted half the time. That's why I'm a Gemini. One of me is a defense attorney and one of me is a prosecutor. And in the middle, we're like arguing all the time. I'll sit outside with my coffee and be like arguing myself. Yeah, but this. Yeah, but this. Yeah, it never ends. I'm telling y'all. I try to stay steadfast in my firm beliefs, right, for everybody across the board. Otherwise, you're just wishy-washy. It cannot be constructed by a jury unfamiliar with the reality of everyday workings of the criminal justice system as either a restriction that was placed on the defendant because of an actual concern for what the defendant might do with a normal writing instrument beyond merely writing. You could explain to the jurors this is just a process, right? Duh. Such a conclusion would be just as inherently. I mean, you're about to show these people some ungodly evidence. Your last thought should be what they're thinking about that fucking ink pen.
Exactly. I mean, I would think that they would let them know as well. Like,
oh yeah, they're going to
sure
be told.
they are.
No. They're going to be told during voir dire. You are going to
Mhm.
see over 1,500 videos and photos of child sexual assault material. Can you handle it? No, I
Mhm.
can't. Okay, goodbye. That's how that's going to work. And we need strong individuals that can absolutely compartmentalize and do this for Maddie, because I could damn well do it in a heartbeat. If it meant I got to sit there and look at that son of a bitch the whole time I had to look at that baby's pictures. And trust me, when I walk out of there, the Lord knows my heart and he knows my intentions, and then I'm going to walk away and be done with it, because that's how I roll. When I walk away and when I truly walk away, I'm walking away. And I could do that in this case, because I've said it from day one when I had to sit here and read all those disgusting things he did to that poor child. It wasn't for shits and giggles, and it wasn't for clicks and views. All I could think about was what that poor child went through while I was reading what she had to go through. It wasn't about me, right? It wasn't about me. So, nah, dude, I don't think that the pen is going to be the jury's big concern. Is why is he holding a childlike pen?
Yeah.
This is going to be a tough case for jurors. There's not a doubt about it. You think just seeing
Definitely.
horrible crime scene photos is we're so used to it in this world that I live in anyway. I'm used to it. It wouldn't bother me to see a crime scene photo. Yes, it would for a second, but I'm going to compartmentalize, put it in its place, because guess what? Thousands of detectives out there and investigators see that shit every day, all day. Who am I to complain about seeing it once? I can turn my head if I want. There's people out there who have to deal with this type of stuff every single day, you know, and we're adults here, so we need to act like it and do what's right for this child. Damn, this dude pisses me off. Is this
Yeah.
this? Ah,
She
y'all.
needs her justice. Think
Yeah.
about that first.
Oh, he's getting it. She's gonna get it because there's too much overwhelming
Hmm.
evidence against this guy because he was just that freaking stupid. Thank God.
Yeah.
Reset my phone not once but twice. So we don't want to be inherently prejudicial to the defendant. Um, Noticeably unique writing instrument that appears unnatural and awkward to use, demonstrating that the defendant likely did not elect to use it. Well, can't we give it to him early and he can practice? And then he won't look so.
Hmm.
I don't expect he's going to write down a whole lot, no ways. Where's
Hmm.
Jen? You going to write down, where's Jen to your attorney? Or ask him about the next picture. It wasn't as bad. Oh, come on, dude. What in the hell is he really going to write to his attorney during a
Exactly.
God, I wish I was a prosecutor on this case because this dude would be like, he wouldn't even feel a centimeter tall.
Mm-mm. Pop
Moreover,
in the back of his
requiring,
head.
yeah, I mean, just, I'll respect the defense attorney. Go do your job, baby girl. Do it and do it well because you got a big job to do because I'm right here, big and bold. That's my stance.
Hmm.
Bring it, defense attorney, because you're going to make me better by bringing it. So let's go. Moreover, requiring the defendant to use a special writing instrument inflicts similar restraints on the defendant's ability to participate with counsel as shackling the defendant does, whether the shackles are visible or not, because the jail pen specifically is flimsy, difficult to grasp, and looks and lacks the traction provided by normal writing instrument. Well, we don't want his words to be unfluent. I just made up another term. I do that all the time. I feel like I do it daily. We got Salty's terms. I'll forget half of them. Jail pen makes it difficult to communicate with counsel through written notes, which are often relied upon more than hushed verbal exchanges between the defendant and and counsel, as the latter can be distracting during back and forth of direct and cross exam. None of that whispering to the attorney into distracting things. Just slide him a note instead. You forgot to ask this. If you're Lori Vallow, are you sliding the notes to yourself?
Probably writing her own notes down
I
so she
couldn't
don't
help it.
forget.
She's like, hold up, Bresky. I need a moment. Note to self. Lori, do this different next time. Never mind. Slide it to herself. Okay, I'm ready to go again, Judge.
And then disagrees with herself.
And then he's going to roll his eyes
She
and
won't do it different next time.
make that classic Beresky face going, Jesus Christ, this woman.
Hmm.
Poor man's probably still having nightmares. The court should order that the defendant be permitted to use a normal writing instrument during the trial so as to prevent the defendant from being limited in the effective communication. Oh, no, no, no. Now we got effective communication with counsel during the proceedings and to ensure the defendant is not likely or is less likely to participate fully in his defense. He's not going to participate in that defense. He's going to sit back there and tell you when you talk to him, well, Jen made me do it. That's all I got. Jen needed sleep. That's all I got. Unconventional writing instruments like the jail pen are also conspicuous. A jury made up of laypool unaccustomed to the daily routine of the courtroom would undoubtedly notice the unusual pen being used exclusively by the defendant. No shit, Sherlock. During voir dire, during the jury meeting before we start the trial, whatever you want to do there. Look here, guys. He's going to have a funky little ink pen in his hand. That's just for everybody's safety. It's just a normal courtroom procedure for all defendants. End of story. Walk away. We're good. Because I'm not dealing with 3-year-olds. Because the jail pen also appears as awkward to utilize as it. Y'all test that later. Get your pen, take it apart, and get that little piece out and try to write with it. And you can laugh about how the difficulty Stearns is going to go through. If you ever tried it, you already know. Awkward to utilize as it actually is, it will undoubtedly lead to lead any remotely discerning members of the jury to infer that the defendant must be required to use it instead of normal pens being utilized by everyone else in the courtroom. Everyone else in the courtroom's not on trial, including the
Yep.
defense attorney seated directly beside the defendant. Yet the defense attorney right beside him is going to have a normal pen, and he's got the baby pen. And what's up with that? They're thinking this will cause the same inherent prejudice caused by visible shackling that Justice Lombardo discussed in Hodgkins. Even if the court were to determine any non-visible shackling of the defendant were appropriate after a hearing on this motion, because the discretion nature of the shackling might avoid prejudicing the defendant, the use of the jail pen will wholly undermine that goal, since it is impossible to prevent it from being visible and discernible to the jurors that the defendant is using a different and practical looking writing instrument, unless everyone in the courtroom were required to use the same instrument. The only way to avoid the same prejudicial that visible shackling imposes is to either permit the defendant to use a normal writing instrument, or, in alternative, require everyone in the courtroom to use the same jail pen as the defendant by default. Are you kidding me? Did she really put that in there?
Wow.
Judge, if you're going to make him use one, then we all got to use one.
No.
Like, we're not all in jail. One person screws up, the entire pod pays for it, right? Gotcha, but this ain't jail, it's the courtroom. Again,
Wow.
weird lady.
Mm-hmm.
Weak little arguments I just can't with. Like my fourth grader could have wrote this damn argument. If there is evidence warranting a concern that permitting the defendant to use a normal writing instrument presents a safety risk for the court and those in the I'm sorry, I'm thinking about the kids now, and mock trials could have done better than this. Court and those in the courtroom during the trial, the state should be required to present such evidence at a hearing. Just as with the issue of shackling the defendant during the trial has the discretion to make the determination of whether the defendant must use a special writing instrument at the trial. Blah 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 blah. Let's see. The defense respectfully moves this honorable judge here to order the defendant to remain free from physical restraints during all proceedings and permitting him to use normal writing instrument. Now, when I reviewed that yesterday, the judge I think he went ahead and decided on the leg shackle one, but I didn't hear what he said about the pen, and I didn't go back. I got sidetracked. I went to go make dinner, right, and I didn't go back and finish listening, so I don't know. Now, we noticed, guys, in that hearing, the defense, they take him the pen, or a pen, and he's got this just puzzled look on his face. He's looking at the ink pen. His eyebrows are starting to raise. He's like, what the hell is this? So he will make
I think I could be wrong, but I think he said a regular pen, if I'm not mistaken.
that he's going to use a regular pen.
Mhm.
You know, because if you think about it, if they're worried about the tip or the pen, the ballpoint part of the pen, like stabbing someone's eye out, if you just have the pen itself, you can still stab somebody with that particular end. So it can't be just that. Is it the plastic casing around the pen? He could bust it and use a little shank going on here. They make shanks out of all kind of shit in the jailhouse, right? And in prison. So are they afraid he's going to bust it open and make a piece of glass and cut, what's the thread of an actual pen? And does it make any sense to replace it with a piece of a pen? Either way, give him a fucking crayon, like I said, and some wide ruled paper, like little kindergarten tablet paper.
We don't need no line paper.
You could cut somebody with the paper. What if somebody gets a paper cut? He could reach over and just slice his defense attorney with this paper because he didn't like it. And then what are they going to do? Will the mom show up, or is she a witness?
We still don't know where she's at.
Talking about Jen Soto. Okay, I was thinking for a moment she meant Stefan's mom. I'm like, she's not a witness that I know of, but will she show up and support her baby? We'll see. Jen, we don't know where she's at. Will she show up for trial here on July 22nd if we get to trial without a plea bargain? That's not off the table in my brain yet, but we'll play like right now we're going to trial the 22nd. Will Jen show is a good question. That was her child.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do? Even if you were Jen Soto and you just let all that happen and then pretend, and I'm using that word loosely, guys, pretend you didn't know, and now you're humiliated, I'd still take my ass into that courtroom. And you're going to sit there and you're going to look at me and own what you did. And then
You would,
I'll be the
but
one needing those
yeah.
restraints at that point in the little childlike pen, because I'm gonna use
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Well, they
I
check
mean,
my they're gonna check
you
my
would,
bags
but I
before
think
I
she,
come in.
yeah, I think she cares too much about saving face or
If she doesn't show up, she
what
went.
people think. Yeah.
She
Mhm.
needs to not be concerned about what people think and be concerned
Mhm.
about what her child thinks and what the Lord thinks if she's a
Agree.
believing woman. Because right now it don't matter what any of us thinks, what it does, because if she doesn't march her tail into that courtroom in support of her daughter, we're really going to come gunning for her and the state of Florida. I'm in Florida. I already want
Mhm.
to know, I approve of everything you're doing to this dude, but I also got questions for you about Jen Soto that
Yeah.
nobody wants to seem to answer in my state, and I'm frustrated about that. You guys have no idea how much I've nosed around, dug around, trying to find out where this woman is, and nobody's talking. Not even news media is trying to track her down, like going to her mama's house and waiting outside JLR style to get a photo.
That's crazy.
I would. I'm not going to run up
Mhm.
and stick a mic in her mouth because I might have to. Well, I don't know. If I saw her at the store, I'd casually just bump into her. Hey, oh, oh my God. No, I could work it.
Is it new?
I want to get a little glimpse into that mind before I let her know who I am. You get
I couldn't fake it because it
see
would
how my
show all over
picture
my
is?
face.
Nah, I could pass. I could do it. I could do it.
It would show on my face. I'm telling you, she'd run the other way. The way I
Now
look at it.
she'd know if she fed me a line of bullshit and I gave her that look. I can see right through you. Look, many people know
Mhm.
that look. She'd know it and I'd own it. And sister, we got to have a talk now because you're lying to me. But I'm gonna give her
Mhm.
that opportunity to spill her guts and tell. That's the thing people don't like. We want to know what they're doing, but then when we hear from them, it's like, no, I want to hear. Just like I want to hear Lori ramble on about Lori. I got questions about you, Lori. That's a whole other show that I haven't done yet because I'm trying to let that die out for a minute because nobody's gonna take me seriously as long as we're still trying to figure out what's wrong with Lori. Or let me say that a different way. Until we own the fact that religion is a huge part of this woman's thought process, we have nothing left to talk about. That's the way I
Mhm.
see Lori Vallow. But Jen Soto, come on, man, show up. Be there for your child.
Yeah.
If you're not, that's going to say a lot. Wouldn't that be telling to you guys if she didn't show up?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of how the public felt about me, I would be like feeling like the biggest piece of shit, worse than I already would feel. Because if I was Jen Soto, I would feel like the biggest piece of shit mom in the whole entire world. But I don't know. Does she have the balls to do it? She's so weak already, right? She's a very weak, weak woman. So I don't know if she has a dinner.
Mhm. I don't know. I think she should be right alongside him. So there's that.
Joe over here on the 15th juror. Give him hell, Joe. I wasn't paying attention to chat when I was reading the document. Joe said Illinois became a no bond state a year or so ago for everything. Joe, or uh,
Wow.
everything? Nah, I'd fight that if I was a defense attorney. You got my guy in here on petty theft with no bond in an overcrowded jail? Excuse
That's
me?
crazy.
With no criminal record? Own recognizances right now. The hell are you talking about? Incarcerating my client. See,
Mhm.
I could whatever. It's fun. If attorneys are fun, I'm sorry, they just are. All right, guys, welcome in everybody. Thanks for being here. So that was that big old 9-page document over unshackling Stearns and giving the man a damn real ink pen. Um, so he can pass notes to his lawyer. I
I
don't
just don't understand what he's gonna say, what he would say when they start presenting
nothing. That guy's gonna sit there just
what
like he
he
does
needs
right now.
evidence.
He's gonna sit there with his head halfway down. I've been studying the way he sits there in jail or in
Mhm.
the hearing. Same way I always looked at Koberger at every hearing because I'm studying my study now.
Yeah.
And so I've been studying Stearns for a long time now because men like him need to be stopped before
Yep.
children like Maddie are harmed or killed. So if I can do my part and notice red flags, believe me, I'm going to notice them. And I'm not going to stick my head in the
Hmm.
cloud and pretend that won't happen to anybody I know. Oh, hell no. You're not getting past these barriers.
Right.
You're just not. And I've studied this dude. He's going to sit there and he's going to be all stoic and emotionless, and he's not going to show shit unless he pretends to cry over Maddie.
Get out of here with that bullshit.
Motion to scream, what the fuck? Granted, if I ever go to jail, will you be my lawyer? Yes, I will if you write all my motions.
There you go.
I think we would be a damn good team, Motion to Scream. I really do. I feel like I should have stole that name, but I'll be fair. She had it first. Okay. I just love that. The minute
Great
I
name.
saw that
Yeah.
on the streets, I was like, "Oh, holy shit! That is the most epic name I've seen. I've been here a long, long time." All right. So we did our little Stearns update. Guys, have you followed the Stephen Smith case? Do any of you know about that case at all? Anybody in
Mm-mm.
chat? You don't know who Stephen Smith is? Um,
No.
my chat on the restream is a little slow. Let me pull it up on my phone. Guys, let me know in the chat if y'all know who Stephen Smith is. Because an update came down. It's not a big one, but it caught my attention because I've always followed the case. And I just didn't know how many of you guys. Ooh, I'm going to turn my phone down because I have to pull my phone up so I can see chat better. Okay, every time. Yeah, so Stephen Smith is from South Carolina, and he was found murdered, or no, he was found dead in the street. And it wasn't just like a major street or a major highway, hit and run, person walking, hit by a car. He was on a 2-lane country highway. And a 2-lane country highway is a 2-lane road. I live on one of them. And they're down there near the low country. Stephen lived out in the rural area down that road. Super dark, just like mine are. Nobody out there in the middle of the night, just like mine are. When they found Stephen the next morning, Stephen was found in the middle of the road, apparently hit by a vehicle, and I think I forget how many feet back from him was his car on the side of the road. Inside of his car, and the car was pulled off the shoulder. It was like a little area you could actually pull off. It was pulled off the shoulder, like intentionally. But when they found the car, I think the keys were still in it. His wallet was in it. His money was in it. Everything was in it. But they said the car appeared to be out of gas. So the theory was, even though he was, I think, 2 miles from home, maybe. I have to research it again or look it up. But he was a couple, heading home. So he runs out of gas, allegedly, and starts walking down the dark road. Gets hit by a car. No one knows to this day what happened to Stephen Smith. There's theories out there because he's tied to the Alex Murdaugh case. How's he tied to the Alex Murdaugh case? He's not directly tied. There was always rumors out there that one of the Murdaugh boys was in on what happened to Stephen, because Stephen knew them. Stephen went to school with all of them. But Stephen was gay. So it's always been, in his investigation into Stephen's body was exhumed right after Murdaugh was convicted, I think it was. Because the rumor out there, really legit, is that They came by in a pickup truck, and there's a lot of stuff to back this up. It's like a whole ass deep dive that we'll do if you guys want to do it. Steven deserves it. If anything, no matter who did that to him, he deserves justice, right? And Sandy, his mother,
Right.
God bless her, so does she. So the theory is that these boys come down the highway in their pickup truck. These are low country boys in pickup trucks like the old boys around here.
Mm-hmm.
Steven had a massive head injury. Now, the coroner wants to tell you that and I know big trucks. Everybody in my family, everybody I know has these trucks. Come by with the mirrors that extend out from the truck. Steven's walking. This truck hits him with that mirror. Now imagine that. A person's walking, and what hits the person is your mirror to your truck. A lot of those mirrors collapse in anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're walking down a 2-lane, dark, quiet country road, you're going to hear a freaking vehicle approaching you, and you're going to see the headlights coming, and you're going to get your ass out of the middle of the road.
Mm-hmm.
You telling me Steven didn't? So there he is, and it's a rumor in town that one of the boys reached out of that truck with a baseball bat and hit him.
No.
And the reason for that was he was targeted for being gay.
That's
And then there's
horrible.
another underlying rumor attached to that. Now, these are rumors, guys, that
Right.
he had a relationship secretly with Buster Murdaugh. Okay? It's a whole ass thing. And I'm surprised that you guys in chat don't know about Steven.
No, I never heard of it. I mean, I heard of Murdoch, but I
You
haven't
don't
heard
know
of
about
that.
Mallory, right? And the boating accident and all of that?
Yeah,
Okay.
heard about that.
Okay. So at least we know more than... Okay. All right. Let me... Okay. We'll have to do maybe we'll do a big members only live and deep dive that case together. That case was wild, guys. I remember when I heard on the news that this, woman and her son are found murdered. South Carolina, rich people. I'm like, oh, wow. It's crazy. The next thing I know, the old guy's getting knocked out on the side of the road, changing a tire by somebody. What the hell is going on with these people? When Murdaugh got attacked on the side of the road, changing his tire, and someone allegedly tried to shoot him. Turns out he paid the guy to do it.
That's crazy.
Yes.
Wow.
And it just grew from there. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And then it came out about the boating accident and Mallory's death, and Murdaugh's son, the Paul that died, and then Steven. And I'm like, what the hell is happening in the Low Country?
Sounds like a movie.
Look,
when you're just like,
look, here's where don't trust your soul to no backwoods Southern lawyer, because the judge in the town in South Carolina, definitely, they had bloodstains on their hands. This goes deep. This whole family was embedded in this community for decades. What they call him, the inspector general over there, I think. Murdaugh's grandfather was one, his dad. I mean, it was like you were expected to do all, right? They were revered in this community. People did whatever the Murdaughs said do. They fucking literally owned the fucking town and the state, for that matter. It's crazy. I've never seen so much corruption in small town vibes and all of that. The intertwining and all the backroom payments for all the different things that were going on. It was insane. Then you got the egg lady jury tampering bullshit thrown in the mix too. See? Y'all think the one case, is the craziest you ever heard. Hell no, there's another one that said hold my beer, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that.
There's always that one other case that was just a little bit worse. It's like, damn. It's like insane what people do to people and what people think they can do and get away with. That's the intriguing parts about true crime to me, is people think they can do what and get away with what? And they knew them how? Are you kidding me? That's what I'm doing to myself when I'm watching 48 Hours or Dateline.
Right.
I will binge watch that shit right here and talk to myself. And I'm trying to figure out who done it while it's,
yeah, same.
That's my jams.
That's
what I do. Okay. Let me pull this up. And this is a little, so apparently they got a new investigator, right? So when they exhumed Stephen's body, we don't really know what the outcome was, right? What anything new that they were able to, because there was so much discrepancies in how the coroner report came about and why it said what it said. When Sandy, Stephen's mother, had already left the scene, she just lived down the highway. She was going back by it. I forget where she was going, to her daughter's. I forget exactly where Sandy was going. So as she rides by where Stephen was hit, the blood, everything is still there, she said. Standing there is Alex Murdaugh's brother. And she knows these people. He's an attorney as well. He happened to be an attorney that represented Stephen's father at one point during like a, was it a DUI situation, something like that. Some sort of case like that, I believe it was. And another guy was standing there, and they were from the Murdaugh family. And she remembered thinking, why are they at Stephen's death site? It didn't, she just didn't compute it at all until later. And she's like, why were they standing where my son died? Why were the Murdaughs there? That's a damn good question. And then a rumor emerges about my son and your son. So you want to tell me again why you were where my son died? Yeah.
Exactly.
Somebody was there. It was more than one person that done this. And somebody knows.
Yeah.
And they set him up on that road to make it look like a hit and run. I was so happy when they reopened the case, and that gave me hope, and he wasn't under the rock anymore. And with all this stuff going on, you know, he gets more attention now. But we really don't want the attention. We just want the answers.
That's Sandy Smith right there, Stephen Smith's mother.
And let me just shout out to Ms. Sandy, because she is an amazing individual, an amazing advocate for her son. And she's super low-key. Super low-key.
Refusal to give up hope is what's trending in true crime this morning. The body of 19-year-old Stephen Smith was found on the side of a rural road in Hampton County, South Carolina, back in July of 2015. His death was initially thought to be an accident, a hit-and-run situation. But then later, in 2021, after receiving some evidence during the Murdaugh murders investigation, SLED reopened this investigation and said that they believe it's a homicide. Now, on Saturday, Walking with Stephen was held as the teenager's family continues seeking answers surrounding his tragic and unsolved death. Now, despite several new developments over the past few years, nothing has yielded any answers. So this morning, we're wondering, how encouraged is the family this morning, and what comes next in this investigation? We're so pleased to have on the show, friend of the network, the attorney for the Smith family, Eric Bland. Eric, good morning to you. I know you were there. Your beautiful wife, Renee, was there at that run walk. What was it like? Take us there. Let's start there first, please.
It was just a beautiful event. There was really no acrimony, no recrimination. It was just about love, and just to make sure that, you know, the fact that Stephen's death hasn't been explained, and we just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of it. Over 125 people showed up. There was about 60 to 70 walkers. They came from as far away as Pennsylvania. The law enforcement presence was incredible from both SLED and the Hampton County Sheriff's Office. Everybody felt safe walking, and they participated all along the way. You know, our focus is just to make sure that the public is aware that this potential crime has not been solved. It was the 10th anniversary of Stephen's death, and we want to make sure that the public knows that there's a $50,000 reward for information leading to what was the cause of Stephen's death. We're encouraged by the fact that SLED has assigned a new officer to Stephen's case, but by the same time, we are slightly getting discouraged because we really believe that people would come forward with information. Based on my discussions with SLED over a year ago, they believed that there was 5 or 6 people that had information regarding Stephen's death. And, you know, I said any fact can lead to a fact. So even if you think you have information, it may not be on point with the day that Stephen died, but was a fact that was something that happened a month before he died. They all can be linked together. And so we just want people to come forward. We will make sure they're protected. There's a hotline to SLED on Crime Stoppers. And, you know, Sandy deserves to find out what happened to her son.
Yes, she sure does, Eric. She sure does. How was she doing on Saturday?
She spoke, and she's a very quiet, introspective individual, but she has grown. As I said when I spoke to the group, she has grown so much during this process. This woman will not stop until she finds out. And it's one thing when you lose your child at an age, such a young age, at 19 years old, but it's a completely another situation when you don't even know what happened to your child when he died. So she carries that double burden, and she will not stop. And my hope is that SLED will be able to find out what happened to Stephen. I mean, it's inconceivable to me, Julie. I mean, that in this day and age of post-crime analysis, that they cannot find out what happened to Stephen. And people need to come forward. You know, evil prevails if good people stay silent.
You're so right, Eric. And I love what you said about how a fact.
And guys, if you followed the Karen Reed case and you weren't convinced that John O'Keefe's wounds matched a vehicle strike, when you hear Stephen's injuries, you're going to say a car hit him. I shit you not. And talk about being knocked out of your shoes. This case has all of it. It just never sounded like a vehicle struck this kid. And it's hard to get past the thought of him walking down the middle of a dark road. Now, his body was found in the middle. So where was the body at when it was hit? Normally if you hit a body, right, it's going to fling one direction or another. So where was the body to begin with, to be hit in such a manner to fling it to the middle of the street, right? We've had photos of Stephen. There's a lot with this case. It's insane. And Buster even ended up coming out and doing statements saying there was no relationship between me and Stephen Smith. I did, all this. So you have these 5 to 6 individuals that know something. Were they all little rich kids from the Low Country, right? You can't help but think that when you know all of the rest. And Eric here, this attorney, man, he really took Sandy in, basically, and listened to her when nobody else was. She had no voice in South Carolina, right? She's just that lady from the rural area without a lot of money with the gay kid. She can't make enough noise because I'm the rich guy from over here, that owns the town. But this guy stepped in, and he, people have called him grifter and all these things, but he's absolutely not. He's an absolute advocate for Stephen and his mom. So hats off to Eric, because he's got a lot accomplished. He's got them to he got them to exhume the body, and re-examine it. He got them to open the case back up again and move forward and get new investigators. And now we have a new investigator finally. So maybe some new eyes. And will people talk, right? That's the thing. Who's going to convince these people to talk? Is it going to take 20 to 30 years before somebody finally gives it up? Because that's the average on cases like that. It takes literally, I was watching that there's a new team in town that just for these cold cases. And he's like, statistically, when they're doing these cold cases, they've realized that it takes 20 to 30 years for some people to absolutely come forward and say, okay, here's the truth about what I saw that night. Here's the truth
Wow.
about what happened that day. I was afraid back then. He said that's what they look for, that person who's not afraid anymore. If you can reach that one person, you might find the key
Hmm.
to your mystery, right? And I thought, well, damn. And that's how you have to approach some old cases, is trying to fish out new information without being obvious. That's the tricky part. How do,
Hmm.
how do you go about doing that, right?
Fact can lead to another fact. I love that. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna give you credit for it when I do. But I love that because it's so true. You may not think you know something that's valuable to solving the case, but it, like you said, it could lead to something else that gets you there through the next fact and the next fact.
Right.
And so I can appreciate, I think a lot of people can, how, you know, there was a lot of reluctance for anybody to speak up a long time ago, but we're in a very different time now. We're 10 years out. We know that information came up that made SLED recharacterize this case from an accidental death to an intentional homicide is essentially
Homicide.
what they're saying. Yeah. And so, but they didn't go any further than that. Eric, did you think that once the Murdaugh murders case was disposed of, that maybe this one would then open up and we would start hearing more information?
I did, and I do. Although I'm finding that I'm not holding that belief as strong as I once did. I really thought that the stranglehold that the Murdaughs had in Hampton County would lessen, and that the cone of silence that they made sure that existed regarding their family members would stop. And I'm not saying there's a connection between the Murdaughs and Stephen Smith. I just felt that once Alex was disposed of, as you said, through the justice system, and we had Russell Lafitte and a whole bunch of others, Corey Fleming, that people would say, okay, this is a new age, it's a new time, and let's just come forward, solve all these unsolved deaths. You know, there were 5 deaths surrounding Alex Murdaugh at one time or another. You know, Stephen, because of he knew his sons. Gloria Satterfield, you had Maggie and Paul, and Mallory Beach. I mean, 5 deaths in front of one family is a lot. So we thought that this would be the last cog that, you know, Hampton County could get a clean start. And so really this is the last unsolved death in Hampton County that people are focusing on.
And I'm so glad that they still are. All of our courties are very interested in this case and justice for Stephen Smith. And thank you for coming on and always giving us the updates. And the family's so fortunate to have you, Eric. You're so
Okay. Okay. Yeah, so Joy said this case branched out to so many people like its own miniseries. It did, miniseries. But hey, did you watch on, what was it? Who did this? Was it Netflix that did the special on,
Yes, I think so.
right? And that covered Mallory's death and everything in the boating, that one that had the boating accident in it. That was really good. Because I felt so, you know what broke my heart the most? Mallory's boyfriend. Mallory Beach's boyfriend that was on the boat with him. Like, that boy, if he could have got a hold of Paul Murdaugh, it probably would not have ended well, right? It just probably wouldn't have ended well. And that poor kid struggled after Mallory died. I mean, he struggled, and his parents never let go of him. And like, if I'm not careful, I will get emotional talking about him because that kid broke my heart, right? And he was so cute. And I was like, no, like, you just want to wrap him, you know, the mama bear in me was like, no, wrap him. But he had an amazing mom. So I knew he was good. And that made me happy to know that, because I knew he was going to be okay because of her. But I saw what that did. But it shows also the level of not influenza. What is that name they coined when that little kid? Affluenza.
Yeah.
I'm over here giving him a damn nasty cold. No. Affluenza. Yeah, they suffered from that. What was that kid's name? Ethan something? He ran over all the people in his truck. He was drunk, 16. Pretty much
Mm-hmm.
parents gave him free reign of the mansion, had a big old truck, loads everybody up. Let's go get some more booze. Boom, he runs over 5 people standing on the side of a road trying to change a tire, kills them. His attorney wanted to come out and said he suffered from being a spoiled rich kid. He didn't know no better. He was never told no. It was like, what?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? What if my kid did that? Would you come with the same attitude? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how those kids were unfortunately raised. And unfortunately, there's a lot of rumors out there about all of that. You know, we didn't make them up. They're just there for us to talk about. But they've been talked about. And it was all there during the Murdaugh stuff. And every time you turn around, there was like something happening with the Murdaugh case, but there was Stephen's case was so super quiet. And the math doesn't math, right? Just as far as the way he was injured and where he was found, how he was found, the things that were found there, what wasn't found there, the rumors, the people that were allegedly in the truck, all of that. So we'll have to deep dive
Mm-hmm.
that and take a look, and keep an
Yeah,
eye on
'cause, I mean,
Stevens.
I watched the
Go
yeah,
ahead.
I watched that Netflix special a long time ago, but I never took a deep dive into the
Yeah.
case. I don't know a lot of the
I've got a channel in my Discord, but I haven't put stuff in that channel in a long time because there was
Mm-hmm.
nothing new in Stephen's case until that. And I put that there and I was like, you know what? I haven't looked back at this stuff in a long time. And that's why I have it there, is I can keep that stuff. And if I want to go do a members only or to come out here and talk about it, I can go back and grab that stuff, you know, and see
Right.
what I got. So that's like my little virtual office there. Yay. Um, yes, the housekeeper, man, she didn't deserve anything that happened to her. So there was a housekeeper involved, guys, that had, what was it? She had the accident there, right? Sajoy, that she fell down the stairs.
Mm.
But her sons ended up filing a wrongful suit against them and won, right? Am I mistaken, Sajoy? I've got to refresh my memory on that part of it. Like, she's right. There's so many moving parts to this case, right? And so many branches that come off of it. And Mallory Beach was one, and the housekeeper was the other, Gloria, and her family. They all suffered at the hand. And Alex is over here, oh, it's all my fault, but I was popping pills and just didn't know what I was doing. Y'all forgive me,
Mm.
damn pill mills. Really, my guy, that was your defense. I got hooked on the painkillers and I was up to 50 a day. And I was like, 50? If you was taking 50
What?
Loratab a day, no, dude. Nope, nope, nope,
Ain't
nope.
no way.
No, and functioning? No, no, no.
Yeah.
5 a day and functioning, if you're addicted, hell yeah, all day long, I could see it. But 50? Come on, man. His addiction was so big and strong, he couldn't. That's why he got that. He told that is why he hired that guy to shoot him or pretend to shoot him. I don't know what he was trying to accomplish, but the guy missed and grazed him. And so he tells the story, I was getting robbed or whatever when I was trying to change my tire. And they're like, what? Yeah, it didn't pan out. And then they got the guy, and the guy's like, yeah, he paid me to shoot him. I was like, what the hell? There he goes.
Right?
There he goes again on his drugs. He didn't know what he was doing. I can't with that guy. He's where he should be, right?
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Yeah, it took a
The
while,
whole
but they finally
thing.
got a settlement. Right. The family, Gloria's family, because she had the 2 sons, if I'm recalling it correctly. She had 2 sons, so that's great if they got a settlement finally from the estate. The state, man, when that estate was like seized and then it was going to be auctioned off. I forget where it was on YouTube. I saw a video of his home, right, his estate, and the stuff inside of it that was going to be auctioned off, and the stuff that was in that house. I'm sitting there scratching my head at some of it, going, "What in the
Really?
world? They spent their money on that, right?" Like, I could be, if I
Mm-hmm.
was rich, hey, whatever, live a nice, lavish lifestyle, have a beautiful home, but some of your stuff might appear weird to me, right? Hey, but do you?
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, ooh, okay, all right, status. I got to have this and that to look like this and that. All right. Now we'll move into a little Mickey Steins. How many of you followed or know about the Mickey Steins case, the sheriff who shot the judge over in Kentucky? Judge Kevin.
Yeah, I've been following it.
Right. So, oh gosh, where's my note about? Oh my goodness! I look over at my little side table, and my notes. Never mind. That's a whole other situation. Hey, I've actually got it semi-organized, so I'm semi-proud. Does that make if that's a thing? I'm gonna make it a thing right fucking now. We are semi-proud over here because we are semi-organized. Yay! There we go. So I got I gotta get organized. Well, no, I'm organized. I have to be focused more like that. Like I just need to be a little bit better at focusing.
Yeah, it shouldn't take something very minor to pull me away from what I'm doing.
Ooh, Steins, right? Motion to screen. Let's do some Steins for a minute.
Yes.
So it deserves a good deep dive. I've covered it on the channel before. Joe and I did read a transcript, right, Joe? It was Mickey Stein's deposition in the Benfields or the civil suit. So there was a civil case pending, right, in Letcher County, Kentucky, against Mickey Steins, who is the sheriff, for failure to like train his deputies, and I forget all the charges there, but failure to train his deputies because one of his deputies was a bailiff for the judge in the town. That bailiff was arrested and charged with sex crimes that were taking place inside the judge's chambers after hours, allegedly. And so that was, what that was about. And so, like 3 days before the sheriff shot the judge, he had to go do a deposition. And the deposition was for the civil case. And he had to go answer these questions. So Joe and I read this big long thing from there, and then we have the deposition was done because they were investigating, like suing the sheriff's department, basically, right? Sabrina. There were 2 women that had spoke out, and they had an attorney, and he had spoken out and made it official, and they launched a civil suit against the sheriff's department, and therefore they were being investigated, and then he had to go and give a deposition in the case because the bailiff was having sex with these women in the judge's chambers in exchange for them not paying for their ankle monitor to get out of jail. So Mickey goes and does this, and then 3 days later he goes in and shoots the judge. Everybody's like, whoa. First we didn't even know that little backstory, right? We had no clue.
Right.
We're just like, oh my God, this sheriff walked in and did what? Everybody's like, well, of course, by nature, we're like, why?
Why? Yeah.
Why would he do that? Damn. What was that about? Right? Is the question now. What was that about? So there we go. Right? What was that about? We still don't know. So Mickey has had an attorney, and they're fighting a defense, and they're using, in Kentucky, they're allowed to use a defense called the extreme emotional disturbance defense. And basically, short-term lost my shit for a moment. Something triggered my emotions, and I reacted. Extreme emotional disturbance, right? How extreme and how emotionally disturbed were you? Now I'm going to go down that road as an attorney.
Right.
Whatever. But that's the law in Kentucky. And that's what he is claiming is his defense. So then we're like, okay, just oh boy, have some mental issues. I'm willing to listen. So then it goes. Well, the video comes out. And it turns out that because of the investigation that was launched into what was happening in the judge's chambers, they put a camera in there. Like the judge was aware there had been an investigation into what was happening in his chambers, right? But he allegedly was never there when it occurred. But according to Sabrina Atkins, one of the women filing the civil suit, she was shown videos of the judge having sex in chambers with women. I haven't seen it, but that's what she testifies to in her case. So we still can't verify that. We don't know yet. So there's like, and then there was a lot of rumors as to why did he do that? And we'd heard early on that, oh, he was trying to call his daughter. Well, it turns out that can't be verified either. Yeah, he was trying to call somebody, and we're going to see in a minute who one of them somebody's was. So it was like, okay, he was tried to call his daughter from his phone, couldn't reach her, so that he takes the judge's phone. The judge, you can see the judge giving him the phone, dials a number, speaks to someone. People are like, that was his daughter. Well, why the hell would his daughter not answer his phone but answer the judge's phone? That's weird. So that, so that started another rumor. Well, then the judge and the daughter were getting it on, and Mickey found out. Well, that was a rumor. And then her brother, I think it was on Facebook, her brother came out with a statement saying everybody had it all wrong. They didn't know what they were talking about, and made this big statement, and that was the end of him. He didn't come back forward anymore. I think he shut everything down on social media. I'm not real sure. I didn't see anything else from him. So none of that's been backed up either. So that always made me wonder, was the real reason, did it pertain to what was going on with that civil suit? His daughter was completely off the table for me at that point, right?
Right.
And plus his daughter was backing him up in court. Mickey Stein's wife and daughter were on his side, and the judge's family, the Mullins family, were on the judge's side. So I was like, I'm not even going to, that's a rumor at this point. So, but what else could it be? Well, hell yeah, there's a red flag right here in my face. Big civil suit happening, right?
Yeah.
And when you figure out what the civil suit was for, then you're like, well, damn, in the judge's chambers. So there you go. Here we are. Why would the sheriff shoot the darn judge? We still don't know. But he got an attorney, and he was acting very strange, right? During the murder, all caught on video, because they installed that damn camera, but there was no audio. So all of it was caught on the camera in the judge's chamber. At first it was like I forget how long it was, but it was like an interaction. You could see the actual crime taking place. Then they released a whole lot more, and you see the before and how there are people gathered in there, right? And hey, Truth, how are you? Thank you. So people are gathered in there with them and everything, and then Mickey walks in, asks them to leave, and blah blah blah. So we're going to take a look at all of that as well. But recently, the defense filed a motion to dismiss because he had gotten an attorney very early on. Mickey did act real strange after the killings, during the killings, after the killing, and on the way to the jail. All these things, and all that's out there now in his videos. So they filed a motion to dismiss, and then the state has responded, and I don't believe the judges ruled on it yet. So we're going to take a look at a piece from Court TV for a minute. Or let me take a look. What are we going to look at first? Hold on. We're going to get a good update on the Steins case. Let me do this. Yeah, he was definitely acting paranoid. Rachel, you know what? I'm conflicted a tiny bit, because you're right. He was definitely acting paranoid and strange. But when they have him in the corridor at the jail, and they're telling him, they're going to take him over to Leslie County, right? Leslie County. And they're going to read him his Miranda rights. He looks up and he says, Miranda?
What's Miranda? Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, and then they said, your Miranda rights, Mickey. Who's Miranda? And I was like, wait, pause. Is that fake or is that real? Because as a cop, he should know what your Miranda rights are. But if there's true clinical disassociation, blah, 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 bullshit. I don't mean to call it bullshit. If there's really something clinical happening, would that be a normal response? Like he really didn't know because he was disassociated somehow? I don't know. Like that's one thing with Lori Vallow. I put my finger on, like, got me at that pause button. Wait a minute. And that's one of them here. But that was weird, right? That he was like, Miranda. And you're like, is that not something y'all were used to using in Kentucky, dude? In your jail, y'all didn't use Miranda rights, right? So you didn't know, right? Maybe he legit didn't know, guys. I don't know. So we'll take a look at those documents in just a minute. Let me pull this up. Oh, YouTube instead of my bookmark stuff. Okay. Okay. How many have any of you seen the video of what happened? Have you seen it, Butterfly?
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay. Guys, now the videos that I do have that we're going to look at, the ones that show what happened, they blur it out, but this dude literally, it's out. I think I have it on one of my I have it somewhere saved. The one that's not blurred out. But he walks around that table and just makes sure, let me put it that way, and walks around the other side and makes sure again before he exits the room. That's what they blur out, is that final part. So just to let you know, and a heads up. Well, I'm going to play a piece first that shows what was happening in chambers at the time. We're going to start with that. Okay. So, you know what? Y'all, we're all grown-ups, graphic warning, all the things. It's not going to show the actual crime, but I guess I'm supposed to warn y'all. I don't want y'all to, I want everybody to flip out. Disclaimer, all the things. All right. True crime content here. True crime content. All right. Here we go. I knew I had one somewhere. All right. Let me pull the screen up now, and I'll get rid of us there. Okay, so this is Mickey Steins coming into they went to lunch, guys. Let me set this up a little bit. So before this happened, they were all down in town square having lunch at their usual lunch spot. Mickey, the judge, and a whole bunch of other people, the regular group from the courthouse, right? And in Kentucky, in this courthouse, they still smoke inside the building. The judge smokes in chambers, and the break room is apparently like right next to the judge's chambers, and they still smoke in there as well. So there's that. So they all went to lunch, and we heard early on they took one of the women from the lunch. They took her phone. There was something she was texting back to somebody, right? And they think it was with Mickey or the judge. I'm not real clear on which one she was texting. But she knew something. Something apparently got said at lunch. I don't know what it was. Back with the judge and the group, he was like separate from them. And then they all go into the judge's chambers once they arrive back at the courthouse. And then in comes Mickey. So what was said at that lunch, right? I need to get Elizabeth up here so she can give us the tea. She's got, we're working out our schedules. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
Yeah, she had, bless her heart, had something going on over the weekend, so we're working it out. All right, here we go. Oh, and by the way, there is no sound on these videos because, like I said, there was no audio in the room, just video. And Mickey knew the damn video was there, y'all. He just didn't care. Okay. So these two people are already sitting in there, and this is the judge's office, judge's chamber. And then now the judge is in there at his desk, and in comes Mickey, the big guy there in the tan shirt. I have to ask Elizabeth that guy, he might be like the preacher guy. I can't remember. Okay, now, so they had all been in there for a little bit talking. They kind of like, right, they've been hanging out talking. Then Mickey asked them all to leave, guys. That I do know.
There's a lot of people in there.
Yeah, Mickey asked everybody to leave, right?
Yeah.
So the judge is sitting there smoking, and then a few minutes later, this is at 2:42 when this occurs. We don't know what they're talking about in there. Only Mickey and the judge knew. Mickey's not talking to us.
So did he get up to check to see if anyone was there, or did he just hear somebody?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
We don't know.
Yeah.
Elizabeth might have a clue.
Yeah. What is he doing?
We can't smoke anywhere in Florida either. Not in the bill. I was shocked when I'm like, look
Mm-mm.
at that Kentucky. That's y'all. This is Kentucky. This is the holler. Come on now. This is
Yeah.
rural America. Look at his chambers. It's an old brick building. He can do what he wants. He's a judge. But yeah, it's very weird. They can smoke in the courthouse anywhere, right? For that matter. There's usually a designated area somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And there was people in that other room.
I think there's a door on. There's something over on this side of the room behind me.
Yeah, I was wondering what that is. There's no camera
That's
there. Kinda
nobody.
weird.
The camera's up there in the corner, but Mickey walks
Mhm.
over there under it at one point.
Yeah.
But I don't know if
Is it
there's
like an adjoining room, like his
maybe.
secretary
Well,
or something?
I don't know if that's the break room or not. I have to ask. I'm gonna have to ask. That's one question I have for Elizabeth. I think it was across the hall, the break room. You can see when the door opens, but she knows
Mm-hmm.
where the break room was. I gotta ask her. She knows this courthouse.
It would seem like it would be, since it's adjoining,
But look how laid
maybe the
back Mickey
secretary
appears.
or something. Yeah.
Yeah, Mickey appears to be so laid back, right? Already, he seems to be relaxed. So, what is their conversation right now that they're having? Is it that urgent? It doesn't appear to be urgent. They might be talking about, you think the fish are biting out there at the lake? Well, I don't know. What are you going to use this year? What time you think? I don't know. Are they talking about going hunting? Yeah, well, I might plant some peas this year. What about you? I mean, what the hell are they talking about here?
Yeah.
Maybe we should beef up security and hire a few more guys, Judge. Or, I don't know, protect our people, get these drugs off the street. That big program you got in place, Judge, to get those women on drugs help. Turns out the bailiff was having sex with the women in this same office who needed bracelets because they were facing drug charges. How? What? And I think there was some other scandal involved about drug treatment facilities as well. So was it all a big scam in Kentucky? Drug treatment? Because drug addiction is prevalent in Kentucky to the point to where it's epidemic. It's an epidemic. And I'm not even exaggerating. It's sad how hard that one area has been hit, that one state, right, has been hit
Mm-hmm.
by those type of drugs. Hell, the state I'm from, Florida, was one of the largest pill mill factories in the freaking country. The Miami dudes, the Miami brothers, they're the ones that invented pill mills right here in Florida. Shit, we just had a pharmacist got busted. Well, the wife and husband, maybe not even a year ago, at a local pharmacy. Recently, their daughter was arrested too on the same charges. Pill mill pharmacy. Unbelievable amounts of pills being dispensed from this one pharmacy on just doctors from down south. You can go down south and get your prescription from a random doctor, apparently, and come back here and go into a pharmacy like that. Absolutely, we'll fill your prescription from this doctor from down south we don't even know anything about. Pill mill. It's how
I'm
they
trying to
work.
look at his phone to see what I
Okay,
can
we're
see
gonna
in
see
the
that in just a
Discord.
second, Butterfly. Good look at my girl. Hold up. Y'all notice Mickey's phone.
Mm-hmm.
So notice Mickey's phone. There's an image, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so we've heard the rumor that he was trying to call his daughter, and when he doesn't get an answer, then he gets the judge's phone and makes a phone call and gets an answer. So Court TV was able to zoom in on that, and you can see.
Okay.
I thought it was a man, so I apologize. But Elizabeth, Hillbilly Crime, comes with some knowledge and some facts and tells us who it is. Yay! Can we
Oh,
drop her
awesome.
link for us in chat, please? Hillbilly Crime. Y'all go show her some love because she's worked her ass off on this case from day one because she's from there. She's in the area. She knows the courthouse. She knows the people. And she didn't know them. She knew of them. She ran into them.
Hmm.
That's her town, small town America.
Right.
But she has a lot of insight on the case, as well as bringing you all the videos, all the documents, all the knowledge. So great resource for this case. If you want
Yeah, I
to,
subbed up to her already.
yeah, go deep dive over there if you want. I'm trying to get her on. If you're listening, Elizabeth, we need you on. We want to know the tea, so I want to get her on to ask her a few like really good questions, about
Hmm.
just the case in general and where it may be. What do we know really about Mickey's mentality and what the judge may or may not have been involved with? Is it something bigger, like a corruption thing? I was just there's another case in Kentucky where they said the corruption goes all the way to the top, and it's like, damn,
Yeah.
another one, right?
Hmm.
Another case in the same state, kind of thing. Um, Quad says a good documentary is the Oxycontin Express about pill mills and the addicted. You know, if you really watch how that happens, it's amazing, right? And how dare they? That's what I got to say about that. How dare they?
Hmm.
Preying upon people who are legitimately in pain and want to feel better and need an answer and think you're giving them the answer. Turns out you're not. And even
Yep.
if they try to seek out really what the answer is, you're still like, oh, no, no, no. Nothing you can do. Take another pill. Pain management style right there. No, 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 that MRI was like, shh, take another pill. And you're like, what the fuck? That was my experience. I shit you not. They couldn't figure out why I was in so much pain. Like, now you need to go to pain management. I was like, what is that? Right? I've heard of that,
Yeah.
but I don't know what that means. They manage my pain. How? Do we do therapy, exercises? I didn't know what we did. And so I go
Hmm.
in with that attitude, right? Thinking that's what I'm going to be doing. That's not what they were doing. They wanted to prescribe me a regimen of pain pills and then tell me I needed to go to physical therapy. And I go there and we do physical therapy that freaking hurts, but I did it. But
Yeah.
my question was still, why is it hurting when I'm not taking the pill? What's causing that? Can I fix it? I want to know, can I fix it? I'm down if we can do that. Hands up.
Hmm.
Down,
It's scary. It's a scary thing. I mean, so many kids
I'm not
with
doing it. I told them,
sports injuries
yeah.
get drawn into it that way.
Right,
It's
and
just
so do people. And I
hmm.
remember going there one day, and I remember sitting there looking around the room and thinking to myself, "Wow, wow." And I thought, "No
Hmm.
way. There's just no way.
Yeah.
This is not even helping me to begin with. I might feel better in the moment, but I'm not when it wears off, it's still there. So I got to figure out how to fix that,
And
right?"
probably worse. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was like, I told them no. I was like, I'm not coming back. Especially if
Hmm.
you decide I can't take my THC along with this stupid ass pain management pain pill bullshit. No, really? No. Watch me
Yeah.
walk away. Bye. I think I did that like 2 months when I realized, because I kept asking,
Hmm.
what about these MRIs? What about these x-rays? Was it showing you? What can we do? What is there going on there? And that was never, it was like, shh, that, don't pay attention to that. And I
Yeah.
was like, there's no way in hell I'm doing that. So yeah, then I ended up with neck surgery and all that. I felt better, and yeah, whole thing. But it's sad how it happens with
Hmm.
that, and it's
Drawn
happened
in.
here. Where they just start feeding people pills to cover for their pain, and the next thing you know, you got a town full of addicted people. Shit. I guess in a small
Hmm.
town you would, right? Hell, this happens in big cities as what do you call it? Whatever the Loratabs and all that are, whatever that is, a I don't even know what you call the damn things. Pain pills. Yeah, we'll just call them pain
Yeah.
pills, right? If you take stuff like that, I guess responsibly, but I don't know that people can. I didn't experience it long enough to know if I could take this responsibly. You know what I mean? I was like, I knew the statistics on the addiction level of that kind of stuff, and I didn't want to be part of those statistics, right? I'm like, nah, peace
Yeah.
out. Peace out on that stuff. No, no, no.
Hmm.
We don't do
Yeah.
statistics.
When my daughter had she was in track, and when she broke her foot, I was weary, so I was like really careful about like
Hydrocodone,
making
that's
sure
it.
making sure I had the medication to like give her and not let her have be in charge of that, because it's scary. I mean, it's especially when you know, when
Mhm.
you imagine when you don't know, and
Yeah,
you're just like, oh, here, like the doctor says this is the best thing, and it's like,
yeah.
so I'm glad I kind of knew ahead of time that that could be a thing, and I'm
Oh,
like, no,
definitely.
like, yeah,
Most definitely, because you don't, you don't want to risk it. You don't want them to suffer, but you don't want to encourage stuff.
right,
Even when
the
my son,
dependency.
yeah, even when we got hit in the car wreck, and my son had to go to the hospital, they literally gave him like muscle relaxers, and the ones they gave
Hmm.
him were strong ones, and I know that because I used to have to take those, right? And I thought,
Right,
no, I remember when I had to take those, I needed to go to bed. Like
right.
I needed to go to bed, and if I didn't, I became irritable, and I'm like, "Why am I grouchy?" Because I'm freaking tired. I need to go to bed. It was like horrible feeling. And
Hmm.
so when they gave them to him, I was like, "Look, you can take one of these, but I want you to sleep here on the sofa where I can keep an eye on you and, just chill."
Hmm.
And he was leery, like, because this kid don't even like taking Tylenol. I think he
Right,
took one, and that was it. And I kind of wanted him to relax and just let his body do its
right,
healing process, relax itself or whatever. But I put them up. I wasn't going to hand my kid this prescription meds at 18, didn't know what the hell it was to start with, and him accidentally take more, thinking, oh, I'll just take two, it might be better. No,
yeah. Well, especially when they're kids, they
yeah,
don't know any better.
he
But
didn't
my
even
daughter
take
was
one.
like, "Mom, I don't like the way it makes me feel, so I don't want
Yeah,
to take that anymore."
exactly. I
Which
think
is
he took that one, and that was it.
mm-hmm.
He didn't even want no more of that. But
Yeah.
yeah, they're just sitting there. So what was on his phone? We're going to take a look at that at the court TV piece. Um, now, so we'll do this. We'll go down here, and he's still doing. Now, see that? Let me back that up a minute. Okay. So I think the judge is about to get his phone out and give it to Mickey here in a second. And I noticed for the judge who smokes in his own office, instead of having an ashtray, he's flicking his ashes into a little paper cup. It annoyed me. It's like, no.
Yeah.
It's your office. Smoke if you freaking want to. I really don't care. But use an ashtray. Come on.
Open your window, dude.
For real. For real. I double down on that. That part's not hard, is it?
Mm-mm. Especially when you have a room full of people in there.
I think they all smoked, though. Because you'll see them in the other videos. They're in like the break room all chilling. There's
Uh,
ashtrays on the table. Yeah, everybody smoked up in that courthouse. That's why nobody give a shit. They're all just got to deal with it. If you were the non-smoker, I'm assuming you had to
mhm.
deal with it. You were the odd
Yeah.
man out in this town. You know, Marlboro style here. Well, yeah, I would do that. If I had to take a pain pill, I would wait. I had two C-sections. I had pain pills after both them,
Me too.
and I took them
And
pain
I
pills.
never took them.
Oh no, you didn't? Oh girl.
I
Holy
took
shit.
the
Hold
well,
up,
no,
no
no, no.
wait.
I didn't take.
Pause. Are you fucking telling me you had a C-section and you didn't take a
I
pain
had
pill?
three. I had three, and
Oh,
wait.
you're out of
See,
town.
it made me. I took medication. I just didn't take those because they made me physically sick.
Oh my
So I
god.
can't take
What the hell
the.
were they giving you, girl?
So I was taking the was it 800 milligrams like Advil? Was it the ibuprofen? I would
Yeah,
take that. I couldn't take the other because it would make me physically
the
sick, which
pain.
would make it worse.
So
Yeah,
no, you
the
would
pain
make.
pill.
So that's when he shoots him, guys. Um, And Mickey then walks around the desk and shoots him again. Like, he literally gives the judge notice, I'm coming with the gun, and the judge puts his hands up. Then he goes back around the desk, opens the door, and then he fires again at the judge, who's now under the desk completely. And then he goes out.
He went in that room to see
That
if
room,
anyone was in there.
right? So that room right there across the hall,
Across the hall.
that's possibly the break room. That's what I got to ask Elizabeth. What room is that?
I
Right?
wonder
Yeah, 'cause
if
he went
there
straight
was
to
anyone, if there would have been anyone in there, if he would have shot
would have
them.
shot them. Oh, like if that chair hadn't been empty, would that person be unalive?
Yeah, because he kept opening the door to check to see if anyone was in that room. If there was people in there. So I don't know if he waited till he didn't hear people talking anymore, and then he did it, and he's like, "Oh shit, there were people in that room," and then went to check.
Carrie, can I just say I see you, because I experienced that, hun. I did. That's how I know. That's how I knew, right? I knew the odds of staying in a program that was like pain management. All they did was pain pills. I knew the odds because of my mother. And unfortunately, her mother, I loved my mom and my grandma. God, they're amazing. But grandma was an alcoholic, and mom, she liked her pills. And so when you know that exists in your family, you're more susceptible. First of all, you're more susceptible to being just like that, right? But if you know that and you're willing to break that, then you can beat that, right? And I knew that. I don't drink and I don't take pills.
Yeah.
I'll drink occasionally, and trust me, every now and then I feel my granny coming out in me, and all I want to do is take a shot of whiskey. I shit you not. Nothing's going to give until I have that shot of whiskey. It's very rare, but it happens. Like once every few years. Sometimes I think about it like I could really use that. And I'm like, nah, it doesn't even interest me. It doesn't. I think I stopped drinking at 21. The time you're legally can go drink, I stopped drinking. Like, that was it for me. Done.
Yeah.
I know where this leads if I continue this path, right? So hopefully people can learn. If you shout out to you, Carrie, if you know, and I love my mom. I'm sure you love your mom as well. My mom was a fantastic mother, and all of our cousins would cry because they wanted to leave their home and come to our home to be with my mom. And my mom had 3 daughters. Each one of us had a best friend who had a troubled home, I guess, and ended up living with us because that was all the kids' safe place. Because at my house, you were going to be in a clean home, a good environment, taken care of, well fed, your clothes were clean, you were clean, and you was going to be taught right from wrong, like it or not.
Yeah.
But my mom was cool at the same time. She'd give us leeway. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it was, but, it is what it is.
Oh, Miss Ruthie.
So, yeah.
Yeah, my dad was a what you call functioning alcoholic, but he wasn't the violent type. He would just,
Right. I get that.
But
that was my
but everybody loved him. He was a guy everyone wanted to be around. So I get it.
Yeah. Isn't it funny how that is? My stepdad was that way, alcoholic straight up to the day he died. That's not what killed him. That is what my grandmother died from, was full-blown alcoholism, cirrhosis. But my stepdad died from cancer, but he was an alcoholic, functioned his entire life, never violent.
Well, it contributed to the reason why my dad passed, but it wasn't the main reason.
Yeah, of course it contributed, of course, because you drink that many years, you're going to be, and it's going to take its toll. And it does take its toll. But he was that way. Everybody loved him. He didn't have mean bone in his body, but he was going to drink that beer. That's just all there was to it. And you just whatevered it, That's just him being him. Whoa. Okay. Now, if he was ever violent, it would have been a different story. He wouldn't have been my stepdad for 23 years.
Right.
My mom would have been like,
Right.
nobody. That doesn't fly here. That dude, in fact, my stepdad, I think, was afraid of my mom. In fact, I know he was. Let's not even sugarcoat that. I
Yeah.
know for a fact he was. Okay. So this, we're going to read the motions here in just a second, but we're going to take, excuse me. Is this the one that I have with, I think I think Elizabeth is actually in this. Okay, I know what this is. This is a full video of Mickey leaving like the jail, and they have him when they arrest him, and it's like really lengthy. It's all the way to the courthouse or back to the other jail. But we'll take a look at that in a few minutes because it's pretty long. This is the one, I believe. Let me make sure this is the one I want.
Oh wow, Rachel.
Yeah, this is the one that has the part butterfly about the phone. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And this one, guys, I think is worth watching all the way through, especially if you don't know much about the case. Then he gives us a good little backstory. And like I said, I think Elizabeth is in this one from Hillbilly Crime. And Forrest dropped the link in here for that earlier for her channel. Like I said, go sub up to her because she's doing a fantastic job covering this case and doing a really great deep dive on it. So if you want to go check it out, do so. And I'm keeping an eye on this little Kentucky corruption BS I'm seeing. All right, let me get this screen up. And mute it. Let me get us out of the way. Okay. Hey, Woozy, welcome in. Right, Woozy? You know, when I did back in the day, when I did drink and party, I didn't like being in a down atmosphere or one of those it might get violent atmospheres or something. None of that. I wanted to be happy and we're going to dance and we're going to have a good time. That's what I came for.
Yeah.
Other nonsense, no. Are you kidding me? But people tend to grow 10 foot tall and bulletproof, right? When they're drinking.
Yeah.
That's what you can't do because little old tiny me might be thinking the same thing. It was going real good with the vibe until you just brought some different energy, and now do I need to beat this shit or what's happening here?
Yeah.
Oh Lord, see, it could go sideways real quick. Like, you know, I just can't take that chance. I like being in control of my faculties at all times.
Right. Exactly.
Atmosphere of Kentucky's Letcher County Courthouse, Sheriff Mickey Steins transformed from respected lawman to infamous killer. Calmly entering Judge Kevin Mullins' chambers, Steins unleashed a barrage of shots, fatally striking the jurist at point-blank range. Surveillance footage shows a chilling calm before the storm, Steins ushering others out, closing the door, then executing his friend. In the aftermath, body cam footage captured Steins trembling and begging officers, quote, "Don't kill me. Be fair to me." His defense team responded swiftly, filing motions to dismiss the indictment, alleging grand jury secrecy violations and announcing plans for an insanity plea, citing extreme emotional disturbance and a recent harrowing deposition in a courthouse sexual abuse lawsuit. Now jailed without bond, Steins' trial will hinge on whether his actions were a calculated act of murder or the result of a fractured mind pushed beyond its limits.
It's always been about the why in this case because everything's been captured on video, including the alleged crime itself, which is the shooting of Judge Kevin Mullins by the sheriff. It lasts like 29 seconds. I'm going to show it to you in just a second. I'm going to warn you ahead of time, but we do stop the video at the moments when the gun is fired. So you won't see that and you won't see the aftermath of it. But let's take a look one more time because Because of what had been happening in that courthouse, there's a camera in the judge's chambers. Now, there was no audio for this video that was released, and there's just no microphones. It's a simple surveillance camera, but you can see the judge ducking and trying desperately to get out of harm's way. And
Isn't that crazy? I
Yeah.
mean, when this video came out, you're like, holy shit. He just did that.
Mm-hmm.
And my first thought was not that he did that, because people don't surprise me, is why did he do that?
Right.
What the hell caused that reaction, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
sheriff continues to pursue him. You see
And
the sheriff there,
watch.
the judge moving the desk.
See?
And then just before he's about to leave,
Wow.
more shots fired.
He goes in on it, guys. He meant what he was doing, or did he? If that was the first time you ever saw that, would your first reaction be emotion or extreme emotional disturbance? Now think about it. Court TV just showed you the clip where he comes in and he shoots him. They didn't show you the whole clip. I showed you of how relaxed
Right. I was
that
just going to say
setting was,
that.
right? How relaxed that setting was just minutes before that happened.
Well, not just that, how he kept getting up to look to see if there were
Right?
people in the other room. So if
Yeah. Isn't that
it
crazy?
wasn't a reaction, it was more of,
Of a thought planned, right?
Mm-hmm.
He knew he was so was he thinking that when he was sitting there all relaxed? Is that just his nature? He's like one of those slow people. But no matter what, they're calm no matter what. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that his demeanor
I
to
don't
be
know.
that relaxed? Or because every time I've seen a video of this guy, the body cams that were released and the court footage, he just kind of sits there and he's just looks around a little bit, but he's not a lot of movement, right? Not robotic, like a Koberger type robotic, but a lot more human, but just not much going on there. Do you know what I'm saying? If that makes sense?
Yeah.
That was the impression. So I don't know if that was his normal demeanor beforehand, but it was weird that he's sitting there all calm. Because if you're about to unload on somebody like that, you're not sitting there being a little more aggressive with your conversation beforehand, like it escalating to that. Would you, if I saw an escalation to that, could that be the extreme emotional disturbance, or was it the phone situation? So let's see.
Fired by the sheriff, and perhaps if he had just left at that moment, maybe Judge Mullins would have survived. Now, when this video was released, we had some questions because there was no audio, so you couldn't hear, what was being said in the moment. And we also didn't know about the lead up to this. And now we've got new video. And that brings us to the first question in our investigation. And it's about the new video. What happened in the 13 minutes before the shooting? To me, these are the critical 13 minutes. Again, it's video without audio. Here to help us go through all this and answer the question, Elizabeth Jones, host of Hillbilly Crime on YouTube, has been covering this story in depth.
So that's Elizabeth there on the left, guys. And this is a Dr. Abby Morano. Is it Morano?
Maronio.
Forrest, that's so funny because I was just checking chat and making sure things were cool, and I was like, "Where'd Forrest go?" And then right seconds later, here he comes back. He had to go make buns. What?
Yeah, hot cross buns.
Now, damn, he's always making something.
I know. Making us hungry in these chats.
I'm like, damn, Joe owes me like a pineapple upside down cake, and now I gotta figure out what Forrest needs to send me. Hold up.
Banana bread.
Butterfly needs to come do my nails. I mean, shit, I'm needy. I am so needy. I need my team around me. Like, can I go all diva on y'all's ass?
And also, we're getting help tonight from behavioral and social scientist, Dr. Abby Morono. Dr. Morono, thank you so much for being here as well. So this is the way I want to do this. Because there is no audio, we are just going to press play in a second, show the video, and we're going to watch it together, the three of us and the folks at home, and make any observations. If I'm talking and you see something, just jump in with it, please. So without further ado, let's put it in. This is the 13 minutes beforehand. So Elizabeth, as we begin here, at this moment of time, this is after lunch when all this is happening, and the first thing we see when the sheriff comes in is that he's clearing everyone out of the room.
Yeah, he does. They said that he's kind of acting aggressive when he says that he needs to talk to the judge alone.
Dr. Morono, do you seeing anything from the body language, the way the sheriff got the other folks out of the room, the way he's posturing himself in his chair?
Well, there's a couple things. Well, first, he's calm and composed. His body posture is open and expansive. He's taking up a lot of space. He doesn't show any self-soothing behaviors like rubbing his hands or fidgeting, which are commonly seen when someone is experiencing heightened tension. Now, when I originally saw this video, I did have a look at his posture.
Look, we didn't need her to tell us all that, did we?
Right.
The body language experts crack me up every time.
And his seating position and say, okay, that's possibly a dominance display. But reviewing some of the other footage, it looks like he commonly sits like that. So I think that's his baseline. But what's more interesting to me is actually what I'm not seeing. So they're pushing for the insanity defense, but there are certain behaviors that you would expect to see if someone is in a state of, here we can say, paranoia. And one of the main things you would expect to see is hypervigilance. So excessive scanning of the environment, frequent checking behind them, standing with the back to the wall, those kind of guarding movements. Now, when he shooed everyone out of the room, if you watch the way he allows everyone to move around him, he's letting people walk behind him, to the side of him, and he's not showing any cues of discomfort. This isn't expected from someone in a state of paranoia. There's also no erratic or avoidant body language. There's no changes in direction. He's very calm. He's got neutral affect. He's got neutral gait. He seems very goal directed. You know, he's moving efficiently. He clearly retrieves his weapon later on too. So the body language that I'm seeing here isn't necessarily consistent with what I would expect to see for someone in going for an insanity defense.
Fascinating. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, as we watch the judge, oh wait, he's getting up right now. Let's see what happens here. This is an interesting moment. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. Everything that she just said just now, or your other guest, he does those things, but he just wasn't doing it when she was talking about it. We see him go from the front door.
So the lady's talking about how he never seems paranoid and blah, 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 you know, whatever, and how, in this particular moment. But Elizabeth's right. In other footage, you do see all that. And so it takes further evaluation to wonder what, but then why would you see that in other videos? But right here, you see it a little more relaxed. Is this like some country narcissist guy that's really good, or is he really just what's going on, Judge? You know, until okay, that didn't work out in my favor. Bam, you know what the hell? What was that about? Right? It's so odd. Was there a mental break, and what the hell caused it? Because after these after he shot the judge, and he came out. Everybody scattered and ran out of the building. Then it eventually released footage from outside the courthouse. People came running out of the building. Mickey comes walking out, walks down the sidewalk, turns and walks back toward the back parking lot. And nobody at that point even realized Mickey had shot the judge, except for people right there in the immediate area who were now attending to the judge, right? Everybody downstairs, around the court, whatever, lobby, they had no clue. Now just ran out, shots fired, everybody runs. But Mickey walks out and just goes down the street. So what, you know, and then you find out about the civil suit. So again, I don't know what the hell triggered this event. Still.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Door there to the back, and he checks both of those doors to see if there's anybody out there listening to their conversation. I think is why he's doing that. And we see him start rubbing his hands. So everything she said.
Those aren't guarding displays. Those aren't necessarily guarding displays. They're checking displays. A guarding display is when other people are present.
Why is she interrupting? First of all,
I think Elizabeth may have gotten that. Yeah, a checking display would be looking, right? And then, okay. Well, she's like, I'm not wrong. Let me explain the difference. Just like, I'm not wrong. Let me explain the difference so you understand.
And when other people are present, typically that's when people are the most defensive, and that's what I'm not seeing.
What'd you think, Doctor?
Is there like a school of body language experts? Does anybody know? I'm sure there's a class for that somewhere.
Of him going to the door, opening it, taking a peek out, and then sitting back down.
Psychology,
often
maybe.
When we have a pre-violence check, so when someone is about to commit a violent act, you see these moments of kind of cognitive overload and a decision moment. And to me, those are checking moments. So he has a plan in mind potentially, and then you check whether is this the time to move forward with my plans. That can be a checking moment. Now, like I said, there are behaviors that I would expect to see.
It was obviously a checking moment, but it was it also a paranoia moment? That's the difference, right? So, I'd be more inclined to say checking, but if he's planning on doing this, let me make sure. Did they all leave the area? Where did they go? Did he tell them all, get off the floor, get out of here, get downstairs, or just get out of this office, right? So he has no control where they went once they left the room. But where did they all go?
He probably heard them. He probably heard them all still there.
But if he's planning to get up and do what he's fixing to do, is he going to get up and check to see if they all left the floor or the adjoining room, the break room, whatever? I don't know. I'm trying to think like criminals. If I'm about to do something, if I'm about to do this and I know I'm about to, what am I going to do to prepare myself? What am I going to do when I get done doing this? There's a lot to think about. Trust me. And I will go there.
That I'm just not seeing. The rubbing of the hands. Now, I don't necessarily think that's a self-soothing because I'm not seeing other clusters of behaviors. So just seeing one behavior doesn't mean that it's necessarily a self-soothing display. It could just be a baseline. It could just be a comfort display. It's looking for clusters and looking for sequences. So what I would expect to see is one self-soothing behavior translate into another, or increase in intensity. And I'm not seeing.
I wonder what she thinks about his foot shaking then. People make a big deal about that all the time. And I don't shake my foot because that gets on my nerves, right? People that do that, I feel like I want to reach over and stop it. But it's a nervous thing, they always say. It's anxiety type things. It's being anxious, right? Will cause people to do that. But for some people, it's not that at all. It's just what they do, right? Their baseline. And I've always screamed that when we are evaluating people. We don't even know their baseline. So all we can do is evaluate that damn personality, right? All we can do is evaluate that personality, really. And we can do that because we have a lot of psychology out there everywhere we look. But as far as other stuff, we don't really have. And how scientific is it to begin with? Am I going to allow that shit in court?
Those behaviors. Now, this doesn't mean that he isn't suffering from paranoia or is in a state of insanity. It just means that it's not typically what I would expect. The nonverbal signs of hypervigilance and guardedness are not present. And again, that guardedness is different to the checking behaviors.
Now, the other thing is the conversation is continuing throughout all of this, Elizabeth, because we can see the judge speaking. The judge still, at this moment, looks relatively composed and calm. He's got his cigarette, he's got his coffee, and he's continuing to talk. Obviously, it would be fascinating to understand what they are exactly talking about in those moments. But the bottom line, at this point, everything still seems relatively calm.
Well, something that I kind of noticed here is that Mickey, whenever we hear all of his paranoid talk, like after the shooting takes place, it made me wonder how much of that he was doing before the shooting happened. So one of the things that we hear the witnesses say, all of them said the same thing, that he just acted odd.
Yeah, well, he just got up. He's disappeared out of the sight of the camera. I've never been in there. Do you know what is in the area where he is now? Elizabeth, are you familiar?
Yeah.
What's back there?
I am. So that's an office. That's the front of the office. When you go into the courthouse, you turn down a hallway and you go into the office. So that would be where his secretary would sit.
Okay.
And then there's a
Butterfly, you were right. Secretary's office. Look at that. Okay. Now we know.
No camera there.
Now confirmed, right? No, well, that's in that corner where that door is at is the camera. But in her office, I don't think if there is, we're unaware, right?
Right.
door there to the right.
And the only reason this one was installed was because of what was going on in the judges' chambers. Because they know it occurred because the bailiff, Ben Fields, who was charged, took a plea deal. So there you go. He pretty much, he did it. He was having sex with female inmates from the county jail in exchange for them not having to pay for their ankle monitor to get out of jail. Because they would be sentenced and you had to wear the ankle monitor to get out of jail, to go through all your court proceedings, and you got to go pay to get the monitor set, all the fees set up. If they don't have the money, they can't get out. Okay, well, you don't got the money? Well, come on down to the judges' chambers after hours. We'll take care of that real quick. Like, what? And of all places in the judges' chambers, couldn't even meet in the back seat.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, shit, the park.
Away from there, like, why there?
Cheap hotel. They don't have a little cheap hotel in that town. I mean, I don't know.
Right, and that's the one that Mickey just went.
I mean, it's pretty ballsy to do it in the damn judges' chambers. Come on, you got to be pretty comfortable.
Like, there's no other room there. I mean, I know there weren't
why
they
be at the courthouse?
So yeah.
First of all, why be at the courthouse? It's after hours. Yep. So there's no reason for the bailiff to meet women at the courthouse. Is that where they normally would sign up for their bracelets at? Because you have to go to a location once you get out of jail, and sometimes they'll fit you at the jail, I guess. I don't know how their shit works. Oh, they contracted with the company. That's right. Because there was an issue about they looked into the payments for those companies because of what was happening here. Because to get the monitor, the companies have to be paid, right? And then they get those fees off what these girls pay for these monitors. But some of these girls were not getting fees from the county and stuff implemented because they were willing to exchange favors not to have to pay the money. There you go. And then they would get their monitor and they could get out of jail. And then until they got caught.
Yeah.
So that's why there's a camera here. But so, I don't think there probably wasn't one in the next room.
Too. So he has went to that, that door, and then he goes to this back one, and then the smoking room is right back on the back side of this judge's chambers. It's there's 3 rooms just back to back to back.
Okay, but although they do smoke in the chambers also, and we've seen folks smoking, so I guess that's an additional smoking room. Doctor, what did you think of that little moment when he went to the back and then went back to the front and kept that door open for a little bit?
Well, it's difficult to say without seeing what he was doing, but it looked like there was a conversation happening when he was opening the door, so it's possible he was talking.
Okay, so they're going to sit here and kind of just go through what possibly they were doing here and talking. She's going to be evaluating old Mickey here, and I'm really not interested in what she's got to say. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
We got other stuff to do, so I'm going to go forward to where she talks about, or they show you the phone, right? We're talking about the image on the phone that Mickey picks up earlier and takes a look at. Well, Elizabeth says she knows who that is, so we're going to let me get to that. Okay. Let's go back just a little because we want to make sure okay, this should be good. All right, here we go.
Kind of seeing him less calm, but he quickly retreats, and there doesn't seem to be a large increase of emotional intensity, so it still looks relatively calm.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. And it looks like the sheriff has just picked up his phone.
Well, one of the things that I was going to mention was at the very beginning of this video here, when he comes in with the preacher man, it looked to me like there was some tension between Mickey, the sheriff, and the preacher man who he came in with. And it also looked to me like Judge Mullins was kind of smirking a little bit. And that was kind of what I meant earlier when I said, I wonder if Mickey was talking this way earlier in the day, because it seemed to me like they were just kind of rolling their eyes at him, you know, and it just made me wonder if Mickey came in there talking kind of crazy talking, you know, paranoid, and everybody was just kind of rolling their eyes like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And in the video right now, it seemed like he was making some sort of a call, put the phone back down. He's picking the phone up again and appears to be perhaps trying to make another call at this moment. And I mean, he's making the call in front of the judge. The judge doesn't, again, seem concerned at all about the call. But we're getting very, very close now to the moment that he's going to shoot and kill the judge, and he's making calls. That's, to me, that's by itself is fascinating, Elizabeth.
Yeah, well, one of the things I wanted to point out too before it happens, because I'd love to get the doctor's response to it, is he stands up and he grabs his firearm, and then the judge goes to stand up, and Mickey points back down at the chair, and you can base it like in my head, I hear him saying, "Sit back down," and the judge puts his hands up, and he immediately sits right back down.
Yeah, right now with the phone situation, there is definitely something happening right now. And at this point, Doctor, this is a fascinating part. He has now asked for the judge's phone to make a call. And our understanding is that he's calling his daughter. And again, this is just moments before he's about to shoot and kill the judge.
He gets an unexpected call here, too.
Yeah, it's very interesting because, again, I'm not really seeing many pre-violence indicators, which would be as expected. And it all seems very cohesive, very cooperative. He hands him his possession, which, again, is very cooperative. We also have to remember that there is already a lot of tension in this workplace because of the circumstances recently with the other cases. So there is likely to already be some tension, which could explain why there was tension when he walked in. But here, there doesn't seem to be any indication that something's going to happen. But what I did find interesting, Elizabeth, you said about when he put his hands up naturally and then...
here we go. Here we go. What are you seeing here, Doctor?
This is it, Doctor, right here.
We see here he's put his hands up in defense prior to the weapon being in view. So I think that there was some conversation that turned negative. And you can see what's interesting is the judge's natural response was, although his hands were up, he's in a defensive state. So he actually goes almost into fight mode.
Thank you for coming in, Sirius. We appreciate you coming in today. Hawkeyes, thank you, you beautiful soul, for sharing this out. And I was seeing you guys' comments. I appreciate you coming in and being here for us and sharing us out.
Awesome people.
Yeah, you guys are great. So, okay, that's the timestamp. I was not far enough ahead for what we wanted. Let me get up here. I think this is it. Let's see.
Now, there was a moment in those 13 minutes that I want to zoom in on right now.
Here we go.
And it's when he makes his first call. And as we looked at it and zoomed in, we realized this was actually a video chat. 3 minutes and 45 seconds before the shooting, it begins. And he calls someone. And in looking at the video, you can see that there is someone else's face on the other side. It's not the sheriff looking at himself. There's actually someone on this either FaceTime or video chat. And it lasts about 20 seconds or so. But again, 3 minutes before the shooting, he is engaging in a video chat with someone, which brings us to the next question in our investigation. Who was he talking to? That person's going to know what he was saying. And again, this is just minutes before all this is happening. Is what he's saying making sense? How important is all of this? Helping us with our investigation, Elizabeth Jones, and also joining us right now, trial attorney and author Jeffrey B. Simon. Let me ask you, Elizabeth.
Yes, Miss Woozy.
In that, it looks like it's, a video chat or a FaceTime call, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. There's someone on that other side, and it seems like they're having a quick conversation. Do we know who it is?
We do. So that's his aunt. That is the aunt who he had stayed with. I think he just stayed there the night before the shooting, but that was his aunt.
Okay, so Jeffrey, let's take this now and put it into a courtroom. How important is that conversation? How important is the testimony and observations of the aunt?
So that was the aunt he stayed with the night before, right? Because the rumor is his wife had asked him to leave the house because Mickey was exhibiting problems.
So he was showing that type of behavior before that?
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah. And after he did this and they got him, he said that he needed to make sure his wife and daughter were safe. And they're like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Of course they're safe. No, someone's going to try to kidnap my daughter. And there we go again with the more of the daughter rumors, right? That even just heightened the phone call daughter rumors, right? To the daughter. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, it was just like, it was all of that. And he was exhibiting behaviors before that, apparently. Like, what triggered it? Was it something in that 3 days from the time he did the deposition to the day he did it? And was he, how far beyond that 3-day period was he exhibiting these types of behaviors? Paranoia? Right. Was he just paranoid someone was after his daughter? Was he just paranoid they're going to get my wife? Yeah, they're going to get, you'll hear him say that in those body cams where they're going to get my wife and daughter. They're trying to get me, man. Y'all be fair to me. Y'all treat me right. Why are you taking me to this jail? Are you sure I'm going to the jail? So is this an act by a man who just cold-blooded took down an alleged friend? Or was it an extreme emotional disturbance situation involving a sex scandal in the police department and the judge's chamber? You know what I mean? Like, what in the hell?
He thought he was going to be the one thrown under the bus for it all.
Maybe so. Reason. Maybe Mickey was that one guy in town. Mickey used to be the bailiff for the judge before he became the sheriff. So do we need the not so brightest guy in town to be the sheriff? So they won't know what's going on. We can easily fool them, trick them.
Or maybe he did know.
And so, well, either way.
That. Yeah.
Or, okay, so that maybe he didn't know at all, and they were just like the whole time, and he's like figuring it out, right? He's figuring it out now. Wait a minute. She saw what? The judge doing what? On her video? No, but because remember the witness, Sabrina, says that she saw a video of the judge having sex.
Yeah.
So what if Mickey was told that? And he's like, what? Wait, what? What do you mean? That means the judge has known this whole time? That was would that be enough to set him off to extreme emotional disturbance? Yeah, probably so. Right? Nothing to do with his own daughter at all. Just that case right there. Or did Mickey know the whole time, and the judge knew, and it was apparent to Mickey, they're throwing me under the bus, and I'm not having it.
Or all the above, because he could very well not have
Yeah.
known, confronted him, and then they threaten. Because
Well,
that's
that's what I'm
what they
saying.
do. They threaten.
Yeah, so if Mickey,
Could be any of that.
if they all knew it, right? Everybody in all the jail, all the men in town knew it, and shit. Apparently, Ben Fields and them wife, they knew all the people knew. So, with the amount of people who probably did know what was really happening in this town, they all knew. Okay, but did he know? I don't know at that point. There's just a lot to be, there's a lot of either way he could get, either situation could trigger him to a point where he may elevate and do that. There's no justification for what he did, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But what caused him to could have been either scenario, right? He did know and they were going to throw me under the bus, or he didn't know and he's figuring this shit out and they're going to still let me go under the bus. I don't know which one it is. Is it tied to that at all? Was it really,
I guess we could find out, like, okay, so when the bailiff, all that came out, what was his reaction at that point? Is that when all this started, his behavior? Maybe if he didn't know, that would be, quite a shock. Then he starts questioning everything.
Right. I'm not sure how long his behavior, he exhibited any type of emotional behaviors where he needed, like, to see a physician and get treatment of any kind. I don't know how far back that even goes, if it goes, but I think he had been suffering from depression, if I'm not mistaken, right? There may have been some mild everyday American go to the doctor stuff there. It may have been as deep as it went, right? But I don't think it was. I think it might be more of a case of, I don't know how to put this delicately because I'm from the South and it's going to come out real Southern and it might sound offensive to certain people. But I don't think Mickey was that damn bright. Right? I'm just not buying it from what I've seen. And I don't know if he's just so stupid he thought he could, I'm just going to do this, I don't even think twice about it. But never, was there violence before from this guy in town? Like drinking and all that? Like, did he get drunk and beat up people like Canton style, or did he beat up his wife? Was he violent by nature? I've not heard that he was. I haven't heard that he was.
Who seems to be the last person to see the sheriff or speak to the sheriff before he shoots and kills the judge.
Depends on whether you are the prosecution or the defense. He is trying to argue that he is not guilty of murder because he was in a diminished mental state, extreme emotional disturbance, or some form of insanity where he didn't understand the nature of his actions. If you're the prosecution, it's not terribly important to you to prove your case.
But what prompted him to call his aunt literally right before he did what he did? Did she know something? Did he confide something in her the night before? He had to leave home. Wife's like, no, Mickey, you gotta go. Take a break. Get out of here. Goes to his aunt's house. He spends the night there, talking about why he got thrown out of the house, possibly. Talking about the deposition he just gave 3 days before that. What did he tell his aunt, right? Is she going to be called to testify? Of course she'll have to be called to testify, right? Yeah. What was that conversation? What happened on that night, and what was that conversation about? And what was this phone call and conversation about? Interesting. Why? Why her?
Like, what did she tell him? Yeah.
She's going to know the motive. Damn.
Yep.
She might be the only person on earth that knows Mickey Stein's motive besides Mickey Stein's and the judge. Holy hell.
Or it could just be a phone call, just not having to do with anything.
Oh, I don't think
I
so.
don't know. Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, possibly a random call. Did he call her? I think he called her. Oh, did he call her?
I can't remember. I mean, I have to go back and look again. Or he called her and then she called him back, because I can't tell.
Okay, hold on. Let me do it like this.
It's not terribly important to you of his actions. If you're the prosecution, it's not terribly important to you to prove your case, to know who was on the other side of that video chat, because you have video of him killing a man by shooting him multiple times in a manner that looks very cold and very calculated, slowly standing up, removing painstakingly the gun from the holster, pointing the gun at him, shooting him, then...
I still find it odd that that's his aunt is communicating with him seconds before when he was there the night before.
Yeah. And I can't see if he has earbud in, because if not, then the judge will be able to hear everything.
He was listening. Mickey puts the phone up to his ear, and I'm pretty sure Mickey had called her, but maybe for a pep talk, maybe talk me down. I don't know. But there's something about that aunt knows something. She can't not know. She cannot not know. She wouldn't be on the phone seconds before he gets up and does this, knowing he was there the night before at her house, confiding in her what was happening in his life.
True.
Huh.
She knows what they were saying. She knows everything.
Oh, yeah, she's come to testify.
Circling around the desk to shoot him more times, obviously to make sure he's dead. And
the weird part is, Butterfly, the judge doesn't seem to think whatever this is not that damn important. He's just as laid back
has to be able to hear. Yeah, he has to be able to hear what she's saying, because, like I said, it's not on.
They're having a conversation about what Mickey's doing on the phone, because he ends up getting the judge's phone. The judge pulls out his phone and hands it to Mickey. The judge is fully aware of what Mickey Steins is sitting here doing and saying on this phone call. But the judge is just as relaxed. Is it because the judge knows what he's done and they're just owning the conversation, but he doesn't think Mickey's got it in him to get up and do what Mickey did under any circumstances?
Probably. And he's going to try and manipulate his way or talk his way
exactly
out of whatever she said.
If that's the case, theorizing, guys.
Yeah.
But innocent until proven guilty, both ways, I reckon. But for now, they're both like, what's up with you two? It involves y'all, so therefore I'm looking. But yeah, so the judge just always appeared, even right up to when Mickey pulls the gun out. The judge still doesn't jump up. He's like, throws his hands up. I think he still thinks Mickey can't go through with this. Right? Until he did. Oh, goodness gracious, Judge.
I would think it would maybe have to do with something with his family. Maybe I don't know, that she found out.
If it has anything to do with his family, then would it involve his daughter, or would it just involve the family finding out their dads were a bunch of snakes getting it on with the women in the chambers? Which
I don't know.
It's not. I went down that angle. Was it family related?
Well, no, like the threatening of the family, not that they're involved.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. That because of the situation at hand, if they were all involved, and if it's a great conspiracy in Kentucky, the way it appears it may be, would his family have been threatened if he didn't do what they said? Yeah, possibility. Hell yeah. Still, I don't get this calm conversation. I don't get I don't get the judge being so calm about it either. If I'm being accused of something here, Mickey, whoa, I'm going to sit up and be like, what? Are we going to have a little bit of a heated exchange? Will it get a little elevated? The judge just seems to be really freaking calm. But so does
maybe because Mickey's calm.
I just don't think
because he knows what he did, or
they all do. I'm just saying, I don't think the judge thinks for a second Mickey Steins had the balls to get up and shoot him. He's known Mickey for years. He's a good old boy. Mickey's going to get mad, get over it, and go home and do as he's always been told. But nah, Mickey's like, not today. Is that it? Yeah. I don't think the judge thought for a second, no matter if the judge was involved or not, I don't think the guy had a thought that Mickey would go through and do something like that, because Mickey wasn't even acting aggressive until he stood up and got the gun out. I don't know what he was saying. We couldn't hear that part. But even if he was telling the judge off or saying, you know, you did it, or you know what you're doing to me, whatever their damn conversation was, they appear to be way too calm. And I don't think the judge thought Mickey would go that far. I honestly don't. So weird that it did. And do you get narcissist vibe from Mickey, or do you get extreme emotional disturbance vibe? Butterfly. She's like, it's too early in the case, Salty. Don't ask that question yet.
I don't know everything.
Right, well, I don't either. I mean, except for what I've just told you guys. I mean, are we picking up maybe extreme emotional disturbance vibes, knowing there's another investigation about this and that, involving this and that? Or are we looking at a narcissistic guy is going to just do this, and y'all are going to believe what my little story is going to come out here and be? You know,
And they also had a lunch. They all had a lunch earlier in that day, so who knows what was said at the lunch, or who's been feeding him information outside of the judge. You know, like people telling him stuff.
Whatever was said at
Who
that
knows?
lunch pertained to whatever was going down in this office, and there's a good chance it pertained to something that went down in the other case, even though the attorneys for Sabrina's case say there's no proof that what Mickey Steins did was tied to the deposition that he gave into that investigation. There was no charges against the judge, right? There was just charges against Ben Fields and Mickey Steins, the sheriff, against the judge. And we didn't even know it's a problem with the judge possibly until that affidavits come out in Sabrina's case, and where she states what she saw in chambers. Ben Fields, is, to my knowledge, from what I've read in documents, never threw the judge under the bus. That it was just him, right? But then you got to wonder, well, if Mickey was the bailiff for the judge prior to Ben, was that Mickey's old gig?
And plus, we don't know what came out in the deposition. What was said.
Yeah, it's crazy, guys.
He
Y'all
could
talk
have
about.
found out some things in that deposition that he wasn't aware of.
He could have, but that depends on which way I'm going. Either Mickey knew and had been a part of it for years and wasn't going down alone, or Mickey didn't know at all and is being threatened. I don't know which one it is at this point. But I know he did it. Shit, I can see that with my own eyes, right, guys? We can see that. So it's just, I don't know which way it goes yet.
Yeah.
And from a legal standpoint, this extreme emotional disturbance is very interesting to me, because here in Florida, we got stand your ground law. Come in my house and come at me. Come in my house. That's the key word.
Well, he went to his.
Exactly. Came into his space, right? I mean, the law doesn't read come into my house in Florida. Pretty much reads that, right? Come into my space where I have to defend myself and it gets sideways. I stood my ground.
Do we know what was said in the deposition? Because I haven't seen that. I haven't looked for it or anything.
The deposition.
Yeah.
I got all that. I've done a show on it, but we'll do another big show and look at that. That deposition is crazy. Some of the stuff in that deposition. Joe and I have a transcript of Mickey's testimony, and we did a whole read on it. But I don't even know if my shit's titled. I need to go. Let me go back and look for it, and I'll make sure I put a title on it. Make sure it's all good to go, so it can be found super easily. But we read it. Back and forth. He was Steins and I did questions. Yeah, I think it was that. It was something that Joe and I read. It was a transcript where Mickey was questioned, like affidavit style, whatever, by, was it the attorney's a deposition he was giving? Anyway, Joe was Steins and I read the questions. It was quite comical at times, because you'll see what I mean when I'm saying Mickey's probably not the sharpest. Just Forrest, I'm about to make this comment, and Forrest has done said it for me. There you go.
Great minds.
When you know exactly. My team, I swear. Exactly. Mickey wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer by far, and poor Joe, he played the part. He dove in for us. He went all in. It was so great. Joe leaned into it. It was great. Yeah, you remember that? Forrest was there for that transcript read. It was epic. Good times had by all. So it's
Nice.
interesting that he did call the ants. That's what we played this piece for, was to see that now we know who he was talking to on the phone, whether he called her or vice versa. I think he called her, but I can't be sure. So I go back and look myself. But anyway, I found that interesting. Of all people, that's who he's talking to, was the person he spent the night with before. But was it a legit, hey baby, what are you doing? Are you coming home for supper on time conversation? Yeah, Aunt B, I am. Or was it Mickey? Calm down, leave the church alone. You don't know enough yet. Mickey. Joe deserved an Emmy for that performance, right? If Joe Schmo's listening while he works, there you go, Joe. We'll have to get an Emmy and throw it into the emojis, right?
I'm gonna go look for that one and watch it.
Oh shoot. Hold on, I gotta check something. Okay. I got a Vine notification. Well, I already knew the hearing was scheduled in time, but I got a confirmation from the Vine updates that Bryan Kohberger was scheduled for 7/17 at 10:30 a.m. in the Latah County, or not Latah County, Ada County. That is for the gag order hearing. Then the next one that came up was for 7:23 at 9 a.m. for sentencing. So we'll be taking a look at that. Okay, now I've got to check this. What is this? Oh, no. I should. Oh, yeah, I forgot. See how quickly I forget shit when I'm trying to live in my own little bubble where everything's fucking rainbows and unicorns, right? I'm always going to have a beautiful sky when I walk outside. Don't tell me I won't. It's just perfect at all times in my mind. And so I'm sitting outside last night admiring yet another sunset. And I look on my phone. I'm like, oh, what is this? Invest 93, sitting right there off the coast of Florida on the Atlantic side.
Oh yeah.
On the Atlantic side. That's not my ocean. I don't live on no damn Atlantic. I don't know about no Atlantic Ocean. Big ass sharks live over there. That's where the big sharks are at. Over there. In great whites. Except for Catherine, they know her where she goes. They track her way deep into the Gulf sometimes. But that's about as far as she comes.
I saw the other day there was a report at Pensacola Beach, 1,000-pound tiger shark. I think it was a tiger shark.
Shark, yeah, that's not a great, yeah. I'm not saying we don't get big
sharks. I'm glad I missed it.
Yeah, I'm not telling y'all we don't get big sharks. I'm telling you we don't have great whites that wash up ashore and will come. No Jaws is coming, right? I've never seen Jaws, but hammerheads, stuff like that. Oh yeah, all day long, every day. We had a little boy attacked here once. It was horrible. Jesse Arbogast. You can Google it and see this entire story. Anyway, so we now have a 40% chance of this thing coming into a tropical depression. It is forecast to enter the Gulf, but they don't know if it's gonna go straight across and pass all of us and hit down over there towards New Orleans. Butterfly may come into Texas and drop rain. We'll see.
We don't need any of that.
One model I saw, the spaghetti models are out. So I saw a couple of them had it going straight out across the Gulf, cruising right by all of us. And one had it curving up, making landfall right over me, and then going right back out in the Gulf, right offshore that this thing is supposed to come in at. Oh, that's a good time to go to the beach and go shelling if it's going to be sitting offshore like that. Oh, wow. Huh. My mind just went there, y'all. I'm so sorry. My son shouldn't have sent me a notification. He's all like like warning me, it's coming, Mom. Like, yeah, okay. My mind just went like, go to the beach. It's going to be good to go to a beach. Good beach time. Anyway.
To the extent a picture paints 1,000 words, I think that overall video will prove to be more important probably than who he is talking to by video chat.
And how about the observations for the defense, who is trying to establish his state of mind? This is an aunt and...
So what if you're the defense, how would you play that? Look, my client this is the video that will be shown in court. Look what's happening leading up. He's calm. He's got a good demeanor and all the things are calm. But what triggered him in that moment, right? To get up and be all of a sudden an extreme emotional disturbance. Like it didn't feel like nothing triggered it, right? Like not one specific thing triggered a moment there. I didn't get that vibe. Did you?
No, he had known something going in.
Yeah, right.
And then maybe something the judge said confirmed what he was thinking or made it work.
Right. That what I'm saying. Something in that conversation provoked what he did.
Yeah.
Still not justifying it. Y'all know that. But I'm saying something in that conversation definitely sparked his final intention there. He might have went in, what if I hear the wrong thing, this and this and this is going to happen? Absolutely. But when he heard it, yeah, there we go. Ugh.
I think he went into that front room to maybe see if the secretary was there or anyone else.
Yeah, like I said, he didn't know where the people went when he asked them to leave the room. Yeah. I believe the break room was right across the hall. I think I was in one of Elizabeth's lives listening in, and I think that's how she described it. Was the break room.
Yeah, they were in a row like three.
Because there's more video out there, yeah. And at one point you see the break room and the people are sitting in the break room, and Mickey walks into that break room, and then there's like 2 entries, it looks like, one on each end. It's weird. So I need to kind of get bearings on that if I can, but that's what it feels like, because Mickey goes to leave out of one end of the room and Mullins comes in through the other door on the other side of the room into that break room. And it's like a long table and they're all sitting around. The people that were in the chambers earlier, the ones we see him walking from the restaurant with the judge back to the courthouse, and the ashtrays are on the table. It's like that's their break room. So I think it's right there close to the chamber. So yeah, I think he was making sure where did everybody go once they left the room.
Right.
Like, you know, clear enough.
The ones in here. Yeah.
And would he have done something if somebody had been right there that startled him? Would he have gotten startled enough to react? If you're in emotional distress or extreme emotional disturbance is happening, what I don't know. I've never experienced. Well, maybe I have experienced extreme emotional disturbance and didn't know it at some point. You know what I'm saying, guys? But yeah, I don't think that something was going to elevate me to that ever. Because bad things can happen. Like I could go to jail and stuff, and I don't think I'm down with that forever. Like that doesn't sound cool. So therefore,
I think the only way I would react, not that way, but I would have a high reaction if someone was trying to hurt my family.
Oh,
and
yeah.
being that the power that we don't know what was going on behind the scenes, like I don't know.
My first instinct is going to be to harm the one that harmed my family member, but then my level head's going to come in. I got these 2 sides are always going at it. One's telling me go all in and just do it. One's saying put the brakes on. You got kids. You got.
And he may not have had that. So
you got, some things you got to let, and I'm like, no, I don't. I just need to get in there and, So it's always a struggle. I don't know what Mickey was up to, if there was something pertaining to this damn, civil suit, sex scandal thing or not, if there's a bigger corruption happening in that town, in that community, in the state. I would say in the state, yeah. Does it trickle into that community? That I don't know, because it doesn't appear to be. It's not the case in Crystal Rogers' case in Kentucky, right? The corruption there was the actual family involved in Crystal's death. That's where the corruption lied, not the authorities. Well, unless you let me put that semi, because one of the Houcks was a cop at one point, but he got fired, so it's all good. But yeah, so you just never know. So we need to learn more, and it'll be interesting to see what these documents say. So we'll take a look at the motion to dismiss document. I'm going to go grab a drink before I start to read that, though. I need a cold. Agreed. I know if we could hear the audio, Woozy, that would help us a whole lot, right? We would really understand a whole lot better if we could hear what. Isn't it odd that, well, I guess it's not odd if they. I find it odd that they did put a camera in there, that they didn't trust the judge, because they arrested Ben Fields. All right, they got a plea deal from Ben Fields, who never threw the judge under the bus about anything. Judge didn't know. It's just me after hours, blah, blah, blah. But now we're going to put a camera in the judge's office so it don't ever happen again. Like, so what doesn't happen again, right? We already got the guys, so are we going to think the next bailiff to come along is going to do the same thing in the judge's chamber, or are we monitoring the judge? I don't know what's happening here with that.
We don't know enough of anything. Like, did the judge request that to be put in, or was it ordered?
True that. Did the judge request it? I don't trust none of these damn bailiffs. They all got hard-ons, right? I don't know how. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, let me pull up the document. Enough of that. Okay. So we'll look at, no, not that. This. The motion to dismiss the indictment on Mickey Stein. So we'll look at that, and then we'll take a look. Crap. Really? I thought that was going to happen. Let me grab it. Motion to dismiss indictment. Okay. And then after we take a look at the motion to dismiss the indictment, we will look at the state's response to that. This reminds me of that one time when Brian Kohberger's attorney tried that. Motion to dismiss the indictment. Everybody was sure she was going to get a big win on that. Okay. Had to get my screens correct. We have to come correct so Salty can see. Okay, now I can see. You guys can't. So let me get your screen up as well, and then we'll be moving along. I have to go grab a drink, but I'll be right back. Butterfly. Salty, what did you think of the funeral home fraud? Oh, wow, right? Almost forgot about that. That was in Kentucky, right? With the, hang on, I'm trying to remember the whole story now, Hawkeyes. Now you got my brain going. Wait a minute. The details. I need to recall those details real quick. But I do know of a scandal, yes, and I think it's the same one. Yeah, guys, it's not just one state, right? It can be all over. It's not isolated. When people talk about corruption, they're like, oh, small town. Like, yeah, it's pretty bad in small towns, and it can be, but look at the big city corruption, right? Just corruption is corruption. I think the reasons they occur are different, small town versus big town. It's just my observation. All right, I'm going to go grab a cold drink. I'll be right back. Butterfly, if you want to chat about something, feel free. If not, y'all just do what Miss Shorty always says, walk and talk. Are you still there, Butterfly? Am I not? Hold on. Butterfly, are you still there? I guess you guys can still hear me, right? Oh.
Sorry, I couldn't. My computer glitched, so I'm here.
Okay. So you're here and you can still hear me. I can still hear you. We're good to go then. All right, I'm going to go run and grab a drink real quick, and then I'll be right back, and we'll get into this document.
Oh, guys, I don't think I've heard of the funeral home fraud. I mean, I've heard of funeral home fraud, but we had a case here recently in Austin where these people were doing some horrendous things. So I'm not familiar. I don't think it's the same thing you're talking about. Oh, wow. Cement instead of remains. What were they doing with the remains? The one here, they were actually doing experiments. It was horrible. I'm trying to see if I can pull up the article so I can let y'all know. Well, now I'm going to have to go look that up now. Oh my goodness. If I find the article, I'll put the link in chat. Well, I will have to go look at that then, Hawkeyes. I will definitely check that out. Okay, so the one we had here, Austin mortuary employee accused of experimenting on corpses, filing fraudulent death certificates. So that was here in Austin a few months ago. Incidents go back to at least August of 22. Investigation began with allegations by a former employee. Well, good for them. I'm glad they said something. I'll put the link to the article in chat if anyone's interested in reading about it. But that's horrible.
Okay. What are y'all watching? The Curious.
No,
that
they're
Curious.
talking about that, but we had one here in Austin not too long ago as well.
Oh, funeral home scandal
Yeah.
or something? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They were conducting experiments on
Oh, shit.
corpses. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I put the link to the article.
I would.
And a former employee exposed them, so good for them. But that's
You know, you hear these horror stories that come out of places, you know, that are not supposed to do things like that. And I'd hate it for them if I was the family member. That's all. I'll leave it at that, right? Okay. This tea is good. Let me get another drink. It's so cold and it's blueberry pomegranate. It's so good.
Oh, that sounds good.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, good Lord. I've heard about those green burials and the scandals that I did hear something about that. Green burials is what it was. It was like an investigation thing. I watched a news clip on or something. And I was like, man, are you... But, you know, then I started thinking people will fall for anything.
Yeah.
So I can't fix stupid. Green burial. Are we talking just in the backyard, or what are we doing here? Biodegradable casket? You know, I mean, the term alone, it's going to be a green burial, was that attracts people, right? So, and then they fall for it and people know they're going to fall for it. That's why they come with it. And they use that as the way to get them, right? Because think about it. Everybody's going to die. Everybody needs a funeral home at some point. So it's not like your industry will fail. Let's be honest. But what can you offer that nobody else does, right? Where's that audience? Where's that consumer you can grab onto? Oh, I know. It's nature freaks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like, no, stick to your guns, people. Stick to your guns. Do you? Don't be swayed by no fancy talker and his slick stuff. If it don't make sense, it don't make sense.
They just lost their loved one, so people are taking advantage of that. It's horrible.
But some people will seek that stuff out, though. You know, because they want it to be a green burial because that's their life and their lifestyle. There's nothing wrong with that. But people like that and know people like that are seeking that out. That's why they do it. That's what I'm saying. You can't run a con if you don't have a successful consumer for your con. Yeah. So they look for ways to scam people. And that's one of them. Because like I said, everybody's going to die. So it's easy to scam the normal death. But how do I really hone in on this crowd, right? Oh, I got it. I'll offer these green burials because these fools will come by it in droves because they think it's green. And I'm not making fun of people who live a green lifestyle. Trust me, I'm totally not. It's sad that people will take advantage of people who want to live that lifestyle, right? That should be the point there. So let me rephrase that better. Okay. Let me reel it in. Come with the good words.
Exactly, Miss Woozy.
Yeah. Some people prefer, you know, all people have their preferences, right? And I don't think there's any right or wrong way to do it. I personally have no belief that one way is right or wrong. Cremation.
The wrong is taking advantage of others. That's the wrong.
Yes. Whether a loved one chooses to cremate or traditional burial is totally up to them. Don't come in taking advantage of that type of situation. That's disgusting.
The thing is, those things could also happen with people who just want to be cremated. They give them the wrong remains or the same type of thing that's happening. So in all situations, it's the people that are taking advantage of that.
That's what I'm saying. Either way, whether it's cremation or traditional burial, you don't take advantage of that situation.
Right.
People already got to pay for it and all the things to go with that. They don't have a choice. So you're going to make the money regardless. There's no need to come in with all this excess BS taking advantage of people in their worst time of need, right? Yeah. Man, you're making decisions so fast, right? It feels like, and you don't know what the right one is sometimes, and you're just going to roll with it. So anyway, let's get on with this motion to dismiss the indictment for Mickey Steins that was filed by his defense attorneys. And I think it's going to be like standard defense attorney filing stuff. I think it's got some grand jury stuff involved in it, but I feel like all the motions to dismiss indictments refer back to grand jury references, right? So it's always going to be a discrepancy in a grand jury testimony somewhere, or the grand jury asked for more, didn't get it, that kind of thing. We heard that in the Idaho 4 case, that the grand jury wasn't satisfied with some of that and they needed more, but we're told there was no more. Straight up a rumor that was apparently true. Motion to dismiss. Comes now the defendant, Sean Mickey Steins, by and through the undersigned counsel pursuant to the 5th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and Section 11 of the Kentucky Constitution and the Commonwealth versus Baker, and hereby respectfully moves this court to dismiss the indictment in this case. Specifically, defendant believes that the dismissal is mandatory under RCR 5.16, given the the intentional failure of the Commonwealth to record proceedings in front of the Letcher County grand jury. They didn't record the proceedings. Transcript, right? Additionally, the grand jury was deprived of information known to the Commonwealth, sought in questions by the grand jurors, but not disclosed. I wonder if they can prove the Commonwealth had alleged evidence at the time the grand jury asked for it. Facts on November, what other evidence could there be? On November 21st, 2024, Kentucky State Police Detective Clayton Stamper testified before the Letcher County grand jury seeking a murder indictment against Mickey Steins. Sean Mickey Steins. That's his Christian name. It's his government name. Which one is it? Yeah. Is that his government name? There was a prior meeting between the Commonwealth and the Letcher County grand jury regarding Mr. Steins that was not recorded. A meeting between the Commonwealth and the Letcher County grand jury. A meeting between them. Not like testimony.
Why wasn't it recorded?
But a meeting, but not not testimony. That's crazy. Yeah, there was a prior meeting between the Commonwealth and the Letcher County grand jury regarding Mr. Stearns that was not recorded. So they had a meeting prior to their grand jury. A meeting with the grand jurors.
About him.
That was weird. Never heard of that.
Yeah.
At the recorded meeting, grand jurors sought information as to the relation between the case sub judice and the companion federal civil case that we were talking about, but were deprived of the information. They wanted to know the relationship between the cases. How did they know about the... Okay, wait a minute. How did the grand jury for murder know about the federal civil case if they didn't already have information one existed? Companion federal case, but were deprived of the information. They wanted to know the relationship between the two. How did they know there was a relationship? Because somebody told them there was, but they didn't provide the information as to how. Testimony in response to questions asked by grand jurors was frequently redirected to deprive the grand jury of its independent investigation. Now, Ann Taylor's sounded real good too, guys. Got to remember that with these defense attorneys. Ugh, kind of a little gun shy. Are they telling me the truth? The Letcher County grand jury returned an indictment charging one count of murder. Law. There was a meeting between the Commonwealth and the grand jury that was not recorded. The attorney for the Commonwealth shall cause all the testimony before a grand jury to be recorded. For this purpose, the attorney for the Commonwealth may appoint a stenographer to take in shorthand. Do they still do that? Do stenographers who take actual shorthand still exist?
I don't know.
The testimony of witness, that was before court reporters with their little machine. May cause the testimony to be taken by a recording device, but the record so made shall include the testimony of all witnesses. That's true. The shorthand notes or the recordings and transcript of the same, if any, shall be delivered to and retained by the attorney for the Commonwealth. Failure to have a record made, if required by paragraph of this in Rule 516, shall be grounds for dismissal of the indictment unless the Commonwealth can show good cause for failure. Mechanical failure of the recording device shall constitute good cause. Oh, mechanical failure of the recording device shall constitute good cause. Meaning, if you had a failure like in Delphi, oops, our shit malfunctioned. We didn't record all those interviews after all.
Darn.
Those alternate suspects. Oh yeah, that's when our thing broke. Those two guys. So if that had happened here, they would have been a free pass. But that didn't happen apparently. The stenographer or operator of the recording device and any typist who transcribes the stenographer's notes or recordings shall be sworn by the court not to disclose any testimony or the names of any witnesses except to the attorney for the Commonwealth or when testifying in court. And expect that any person indicted by the grand jury shall have a right to procure a transcript of any stenographic report or a duplicate of any mechanical recording relating to his or her indictment or any part thereof upon payment of its reasonable cost. I hear tell the transcripts from the Delphi trial may be available eventually here soon. In the recorded session of the grand jury provided to the defendant, a grand juror references a prior meeting with the Commonwealth. In the recorded session, a grand juror mentions that they had a prior meeting with the Commonwealth. Was that kind of like, what's that chick's name? Jen McCabe? Common prior meetings. What prior meetings? Defendant requested from the Attorney General's office a copy of the prior meeting. The Commonwealth responded that the prior meeting was attended by the Commonwealth, but that it was only for the purpose of obtaining grand jury subpoenas for the case, and there was no testimony. First, the Commonwealth may seek subpoenas to a grand jury hearing without necessity of the grand jury interviewing. Thus, it is curious what would necessitate the involvement of this independent body. Second, if a subpoena was sought from the grand jury, then information must have been presented to the jurors. Exactly. Grand jury's not going to go popping off subpoenas without a reason, which means they heard something. All right, let's just like make it up. While the Commonwealth may classify that information as something other than testimony, it clearly related to the nature of the investigation. Did it? Regardless of how it is labeled or whether it was sworn or unsworn, the information provided to the grand jury constitutes testimony and should have been recorded. There was no mechanical failure. The Commonwealth chose not to record its meeting with the grand jury. So the grand jury testimony apparently was recorded. It's just this meeting that wasn't. The grand jury was denied information sought. Why was there a meeting to start with? The grand jury was denied information sought. The grand jury's function and independence from the judicial branch is evident both in scope of its power to investigate criminal wrongdoing and in the manner in which that the power exists. Our powers is exercised. Sorry. I glanced over and saw half a word and assumed it was something it wasn't. The Commonwealth, I was looking over the other screen. The Commonwealth's attorney does not control the grand jury. Rather, the Commonwealth's attorney is the person with primary responsibility for presenting evidence to the grand jury concerning alleged criminal violations. However, the grand jurors may choose to hear no more evidence than that which suffices to convince them that an indictment is warranted, and may exclude the Commonwealth's attorney while they question witnesses themselves. So they can exclude an attorney and just ask questions themselves. I think that's true. Like with all the grand juries, I think. States usually impanel grand juries, and they have them for months at a time. They can be impaneled for any given case at any given time. It's crazy.
What?
The Commonwealth's attorney may not be present while the grand jury is deliberating or voting or on an indictment, and though the Commonwealth's attorney is required to draft indictments upon request of the grand jury, the Commonwealth's attorney does not sign the indictment, and the indictments are returned not to the Commonwealth's attorney but to the court. Nothing in our Constitution, statutes, or rules classifies the grand jury as an arm of the Commonwealth's attorney. The grand jury is an investigative body acting independently in either prosecuting attorney or judge. Independently of either prosecuting attorney or judge. The hallmark of the grand jury is the independence from outside influence. It serves the invaluable function in our society of standing between the accuser and the accused, whether the latter be an individual, minority group, or other, to determine whether a charge is founded upon reason or was dedicated or was dictated. I'm struggling. I'm like leaning in so I can make sure I see. Dictated by, and I'm almost laughing at myself. So if y'all hear me laughing, I'm laughing at my damn self for not. Yeah, like the struggle is real. An intimidating power, because I can't increase the size on this one for some reason. Intimidating power or by malice and a personal ill will. An indictment returned by a legally constituted and unbiased grand jury, if valid on its face, is nothing to call for trial of the charge on the merits. See, if I had a camera on, you guys would see me leaning in and out. I couldn't be like all steady go, I'd be in and out constantly. You guys would probably get like motion sickness. However, dismissal of an indictment by a trial court is appropriate if it is established that a violation substantially influenced the grand jury's decision to indict, or if there is grave doubt that the decision to indict was free from the substantial influence of such violations. A court may dismiss an indictment where a prosecutor knowingly or intentionally presents misleading testimony to the grand jury that results in actual prejudice to the defendant. In Commonwealth versus Baker, a detective testified at grand jury proceedings that the defendant struck her child with an aluminum baseball bat, while in reality, the allegation was that a stick was used for the same purposes. Oh boy. It's crazy they confused a bat for a stick to start with.
Mm-hmm.
Does what she hit him with matter? But that's misleading to a jury. That's like, what, there's all these damn, the legal aspect versus the do what my gut tells me aspect. After holding an evidentiary hearing, the trial court dismissed the indictment with prejudice. Noting the legal obligation of prosecutors to observe the independent statutes of the grand jury. Would they have not come back with as stiff a charge, possibly, if they knew it was a stick versus a bat? I don't know. Crazy.
Well, how big was it? Would depend on how big the stick was. If it was the same size as a bat.
I don't know. You need the facts. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You need the facts. Now I'm coming in defense.
Mm-hmm.
You need the facts. And an investigator is supposed to know what the victim was struck with.
Mm-hmm.
Stick. What the fuck? What do you mean, stick or bat? Which one was it? The court found that the detective's testimony was material and affected the grand jury's decision to indict. The court also found that the Commonwealth's attorney had knowingly or recklessly elicited the incorrect testimony. Why would you do that? And that the detective voluntarily testified even though he had no personal knowledge of the facts of the case. Wow. They say you can indict a ham sandwich.
Well, yeah, I mean, the stick could mean a switch. I mean, I got hit with the switch.
Exactly. There you go. Perfect example. It could have been a switch versus aluminum bat we know is not cool at all. Stick, I mean, a big fat stick is not either, like baseball size stick. Y'all know what we're saying. Yeah.
Details matter.
Hey, them flimsy sticks didn't play, did they? Oh, the little whips. Fucking whip. Like Granny got
Sat my ass down quick.
My granny used to tease us. We knew my granny wasn't gonna whip us no damn switch. I'm gonna make you go out there and cut your own switch. We're like, yeah, right, Granny. Yeah, right. My mom would be like, get out there and cut me a switch. And you're like, oh shit.
Right.
I didn't push it.
It's real now. It's real.
Like, Mama, are we going there, Mama? Did I go that far? Damn.
Yeah.
I know better next time. Gotta learn Mama's buttons and when to stop.
What? The look should do it.
I know, right? You learn eventually once you get that look. That look's gonna be that. Do that one more time, girl. I dare you. I brought you in. I can take you out. Look, that look.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. My kids know them.
I know. The kids know them. Damn right they know. My dog knows. The court
Yes, yes, yes.
it's so funny. My son cracks up because I look at that dog and she already knows. The court also found that the Commonwealth's attorney had knowingly or recklessly elicited the incorrect testimony and that the detective voluntarily testified even though he had no personal knowledge of the facts. On appeal, the Court of Appeals concurred that this deprived the grand jury of its ability to exercise its independent judgment. So they can't really independently judge and analyze what's there if they're not given the absolute facts of what they absolutely do have. Even if it's not a lot, here's what we do have. And here's our, do you give a theory or here's what we have? I don't know. In the case at bar, the Commonwealth elicited and Detective Clayton Stamper testified to multiple misleading statements before Letcher County grand jury. The testimony prejudiced Mr. Steins and resulted in an indictment of murder. What would have been the alternative to murder, like a manslaughter charge instead? Maybe, if they had more information?
Yeah.
Possibly that.
Yeah.
I think
there's a lot we don't know, so I don't know. And this secret meeting makes you wonder even more. People really do speculate at that
if
point.
the grand jury felt there was some sort of extreme emotional disturbance, and if they had more information that something would have triggered this disturbance, so like this investigation possibly, could they come up with, well, maybe, right? That's what I'm saying. Maybe the murder charge wouldn't have landed. It may have been a lesser charge. Like, it should have been done to Karen Reed in the beginning if the woman actually hit the man, right?
Yeah.
This testimony prejudiced Mr. Steins and resulted in an indictment of murder. The case was presented to the grand jury approximately 2 months after the defendant's arrest and the preliminary hearing. The detective and the Attorney General's office had ample opportunity to investigate and review evidence, including witness statements before presentation to the grand jury. Yeah, that's odd because they did have a prelim and we watched it. I watched it. I think I covered it here. Yeah, we did.
I watched it.
In Kohberger's case, we were set to have a prelim and we were all like, finally, we'll figure out something about this damn Kohberger guy. And that's why they were going to have to present their preliminary evidence, right? There's substantial, for the first time we were going to hear some damn evidence in this case. Well, what happens, lo and behold, weeks before that, grand jury indicts Bryan Kohberger on murder. And nobody knew the grand jury was even going down. We're all gearing up for a preliminary hearing. Finally. But no, grand jury indicted him instead. People are like, oh, well, that's because they knew they wouldn't have survived the preliminary hearing. Because if you fail to prove your evidence, that prelim, guess what? Your case is gone. Doesn't move forward. That's what a prelim's for. So this then had a prelim, and then the grand jury comes in. The murder indictment's weird. I don't understand the reason behind that. I don't get that. Must be a Kentucky thing. The detective and the Attorney General's office had ample opportunity to investigate and review the evidence, including witness statements, before presentation to the grand jury. Further, the Attorney General's office conducted the investigation into Detective Ben Fields. The investigation, the resulting charges, and companion civil case are central to the facts of the case. So Ben Fields was charged and criminally found, took the plea deal and criminally took his punishment. Then the civil suit was filed against the sheriff department, which...
Because it wasn't much of a punishment. Wasn't he just...
Who, Ben?
Was he... Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get his job back or something, or got his job. I have a... Yeah, there's something. Unlike the testifying officer in Baker, detectives, and I think his wife worked at the sheriff's office as well. Detective Stamper is the lead investigator in the case. Didn't she? Know what you heard as well? Or this case is even more explicit than Baker because the court does not have to infer what facts were important to the grand jury. The grand jurors asked questions and were prevented from hearing complete answers. Had the Commonwealth presented complete and accurate testimony to the grand jury, the decision to charge or at least the choice to appropriate charge would likely have been different. Approximately 12 of 25 minutes of the hearing was consumed by grand juror questions. I'm sure they wouldn't be any good if they weren't asking questions, though. It is evident that despite seeing a portion of the video evidence, the grand jury sought additional information to make their decision. They were shown the portion first, and then they probably wanted to see more. Like, I would want to see more too. What happened the minutes before this? What are you talking about? What the hell just happened here? Despite grand jury's specific inquiry, known information as to allegations made during the civil case were withheld. What allegations?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be allegations.
Why was it held if it had to do?
Yeah, exactly. Why would it be withheld to start with? That's going to be your ultimate questions. But what allegations? Can't be allegations against Ben Fields. He's already been arrested, dealt with in criminal case. And we know that Mickey testified or did a depo 3 days before the shooting in the civil case. So what are the allegations in this information that the grand jury asked about? A specific inquiry about the known information as to those allegations, and then they were withheld. And like you said, why were they withheld? Right? Why would they choose to withhold? I mean, I get it. You got to get, you don't, okay. Give them your preliminary, I guess, give them what you got up front, your best evidence, but do you give it all? They're like, oh, in the PCAs, they don't give all the evidence, and they're right. But is that the case here? But you don't withhold. Right. Why withhold stuff from a grand jury who's asking about it so they can make an informed decision, right? Based on what they see, and it's still going to be up to a court of law and a trial to decide, right?
Right. Well, because you would think their questions would be like our questions, like, exactly. Is it related? Especially since it happened so close to when this incident occurred.
Right.
Deposition and all.
Yep. It was too close. 3 days, right? And then it's being brought up. It's too close to not want to look at it. To
exclude it. Yeah.
Right. At least explore it. I mean, geez. Especially when I found out what was going down in the damn judge's chambers. Like, that's really even more weird but okay. Here we go. What's happening over here. But yeah, that shouldn't have been withheld if they were asking. I don't understand why they would do that. The grand jury also sought mental health information that was not disclosed. And the officer was permitted to testify that defendant was in his sane mind at the time of the alleged shooting. Okay. If that's true, I got a problem as the defense attorney. First of all, he's a detective. He needs to testify to what he knows. He doesn't know. He's not a mental health care professional.
That's not his expertise.
Right, not his expertise. Testifying outside of his expertise there. But you're going to allow that, but you don't allow more evidence that the grand jury's asking about. But a cop can say, well, Mickey was in his right mind. Maybe he was. In that, I mean, shit. How long you know Mickey? That's not what they asked.
Right.
Jesus Christ. The detective was also permitted, in contravention of the Fifth Amendment, to comment multiple times on defendant's failure to speak with law enforcement. Well, you don't have to.
Right.
The defendant respectfully requests an evidentiary hearing to present specific testimony and evidence relevant to foreign matters, and asserts that such evidence will establish that Letcher County grand jury was deprived of material information. The deprivation, the defendant contends, warrant dismissal. Now, we don't always get to see the damn hearings out of Letcher County either. Kentucky, same thing with Brooks House, right? Well, Brooks didn't want cameras in the courtroom for trial. I don't know what they'll do here. It's not determined yet. Wherefore, the defendant respectfully requests that this honorable court grant an evidentiary hearing to allow the presentation of testimony and evidence relevant to the issues set forth herein. Find that the Letcher County grand jury was deprived of material information necessary to its deliberation, conclude that such deprivation undermined the integrity of the grand jury process, and dismiss the indictment with prejudice, or grant such other and further relief as this court deems just as proper. Now, I don't know if they've had a hearing on this or not yet. Let's see. When was this?
I don't.
It's been
think
out
so.
a minute, but yeah, I don't think they have yet either. Because we do have the response as well. So they're basing this all on, this is June 4th. So this was back in June, right? The copy was signed over electronically on the 4th day of June. So the basis for this motion we just read, right? What they're basing this on. Not like he didn't do it, right? It's not that.
Right. And we all saw he did. Just
Right.
everything surrounding.
It's the way it's the way the evidence was presented to the jury for their deliberations. Because would it have changed the outcome as far as charges go, right? To lessen the charge.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. My mom was the one that would spank us. My dad would not.
Yeah.
God,
Same.
he would not. It was so funny. If we were acting a fool in the bedroom, right? Bedtime, go to bed. Me and my sisters, there's 3 of us. If we're acting a fool and we hear somebody coming, we're all like, shit, is it mom or is it dad?
Right.
Oh, thank God it's dad, right? We took our chances. We knew better. We took those chances. She wasn't all, it wasn't like we were being beaten or anything. We took our chances with that one. But we were so relieved when it was him. But it rarely was, you know what I mean? It was always her, like, damn, and we drove my mama crazy, though, I have to think. Us 3 girls, like little doorsteps. It's like, it was probably like she had triplets. Okay.
Yeah. We got far apart in age.
No, we were literally doorsteps.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Back to back, 3 years in a row. My mom had babies, and it was all girls. So 3 of us were literally doorsteps. It's so funny. And I'm the oldest of the 3. I'm the oldest out of all my siblings. I got 6
Miss
of them.
Woozy. I still have a mouth on me.
Yeah, me too. But guess where I got it from? My mama.
Yeah. Yep.
So, yeah, right? Whoa, am I going to be able to see this document? Yeah, let me zoom in. Whoa, there we go. I can move this one. I can see clearly again. Wow. Big letters. Big letters. Actually, hang on. Let me check something really quick, do something really quick before we get into any of this any further. I gotta look and also get the, I can't remember when this trial, I want to say September was the original time schedule for this trial. But that was way back in the beginning of the case. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's moved since then. So I'm going to have to get a docket on this case as well and see if I can find it in the case files to keep up with what's happening as far as hearings and things of that nature. Okay, I'm the oldest of my bio siblings. Yeah, I've got 3 bio siblings, and then I have to stop and count them. 1, 2, 3. 3 bonus siblings. Yeah, you know, we were all raised together, right? My dad actually adopted the youngest, so he's my brother. They all are, right? They all are. But I happen to be the oldest of all of them. 3 sisters and 3 brothers. That's what I got.
Wow.
They're all little turds. I could spend all day Saturday with them. Hopefully before this damn storm slides across the Gulf.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be on the river, but still. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see where it goes. Okay, let me get prepared here. Oh, I have something in my eye. All right, before we go, we'll take a look at the other document here. The motion that the state has filed in response. Let me take care of one little thing real quick. Playing in my ear. Okay. I look up at your profile and it's like light blue, like dolphins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It threw me off for a second that time because I pulled it up over here on my other screen because I wanted to come in. Sorry, guys. I needed to do something. It took a second. There we go. I wanted to gift out some memberships. It's been a minute.
Nice.
Welcome in, members. Thank you guys all for being here with us and taking this ride with us in this journey into true crime, right, that we're all on. And always just being here with us and hanging out. And please give the show a like, a thumbs up, all the things. But we appreciate it. All right, let me pull up the next document.
That just reminded me of something. So.
What? Okay, the response here. Okay, goodness gracious. Yes, thank you, new members. And we're going to be putting together some, now that things have calmed down in the trial world, I'm not currently covering a trial. I don't have one on the books right now to cover, like coming up. Kohberger's canceled. So I did get asked if I was going to cover that Donna, what's that lady's name? Donna Adelson?
Yeah.
Do you guys follow that case? I mean, I kind of loosely followed Charlie's. Was it Charlie?
Yeah, that's the one I did, and then she came after. So
that's his mama, right? That's his mama.
Yeah.
So maybe I need to do some research on that, and maybe we'll. I don't even know when that trial is, so we might cover that. Other than that, we got Stearns coming, but I don't think that's going to last.
Remember when I told you I sent you a message and said after the Brooks House case.
Uh-oh.
Donna Adelson and try and leave the country. So I don't know if you heard all of that.
No, well, yeah, I heard there was some stuff about. I mean, I see the headlines. It was kind of like Karen Reed, right? I followed it through the headlines on social media, but really never dove in. Same way with that case. I watched a little bit of that dude's trial, like testimony here and there of him testifying.
But after he was sentenced or found guilty, she tried to leave the country. So that's why when I sent you the message, is Brooke Houck's mom going to try and pull a Donna Adelson? That's what I meant. Because he tried to leave the country after he was found guilty.
Okay. So motion to scream. I'm down for that. I love doing that over there with Miss Shorty and all you guys. Like, it's so fun. I was going to miss it when it was over. So, yeah, talk to the boss lady because I'm down. And we'll get into that. Maybe I will stream that one. When does it start, I wonder? Is it soon? I guess it is because it's popping off on the headlines. Okay. All right. Well, we'll check into that and we will see. I'll be looking at that this evening. Look, Butterfly gifted out some memberships as well.
Plus, you reminded me.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Butterfly. Well, there you go, guys. Maybe I was about to say, hopefully there's enough people in here to get them. Butterfly.
I think they still get them either way.
Oh, true that. Look there. It's making us. Okay, well, we'll just pretend they're all here. Okay. Oh, it's supposed to be in August. Great. Motion to scream. That gives me a little bit of time. And I streamed Karen Reed, but I was still the 13th juror in that. So I don't know much about this case at all. So that would be perfect. Awesome. All right, guys.
I think the wife speaking of somebody who needs to be charged, I believe the wife, she's the whole reason I think all this happened, why he was killed is her. But in the Brooks House case, like the mom is probably like the main,
Okay, so we got to do this. There was a clip I saw about will there be arrests in Tommy's case soon that I haven't even had a chance to talk to you about yet? We have to. Oh Lord, Crystal Rogers. See, I got to do that. That thing is going to be such a. It's going to have to be like a 3-day thing. I know it because I got so much that we need to present about that case, right? All right, guys. So this is. Oh shit! I don't have the screen up. So sorry. I'm like, oh, I can't see anything.
I agree, Forrest.
What did Forrest say?
A one-way ticket to Vietnam, which is a non-extradite country.
Oh,
That's not sus, is it? She's dumb.
is that where she
Dumb,
was
dumb.
trying to go?
Yeah, I believe so. A country that doesn't extradite.
Now, why would you
She was
do all
caught
that?
before.
Right? Why would
Right
you go through all that trouble, lady? Donna thinks she's the smarter than anyone in the room. That's what Woozy's saying. So y'all, is she one of them narcissistic, behavioral, controlling mother types? Is that what I'm picking up? Am I picking up what y'all are putting down with her? Because I know that it was her. So her daughter is the Wendy chick, right? Am I on the right track, guys?
The wife of the guy they killed.
The guy they killed. Okay, the doctor dude. Okay. And this is all. They're only a few hours from me. Like I even thought the other night, I was sitting outside. I was like, "Wait, Tallahassee, should I call somebody?" But, I don't care enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I wondered if some. Never mind. I just wondered. Okay, let me get to the document. Yeah, that'd be great to do the. Because that case is intriguing as hell, right? With the family. Is it like dynasty? If that's the name for it. Family conspiracy here. Whatever was going on there. Okay. So the Commonwealth turned around and filed a response. And this was back on, it looks like this was at July 1st. So the original from the defense was at June? So now July 1st, they're responding on the state side here. Rachel says that Donna actually washed money before she gave it for payment and it molded. The fuck? What did she wash it for, Rachel? To get DNA off, or did it explode when she robbed the bank with that red dye? What's happening here? I'm so confused.
Wow.
Did it have traces of somebody else's DNA? I don't know. Crazy. That's a new meaning for laundered money.
Really?
Maybe she was confused.
Did she bleach it?
Right? She was confused on she needed to launder that money. She's like, let me wash it real quick in the washing machine. Fucking stupid ass.
Right.
Holy cow. Oh my God. Okay. One bizarre case to the next, right? Motion to scream. All right. So now we're on to the Commonwealth's response to the motion to dismiss. And this is the Commonwealth by and through the undersigned Attorney General and the Commonwealth's Attorney for the 27th Judicial, and hereby objects to the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment. They come in with facts. Facts. The Commonwealth disputes the defendant's representation of the facts as presented in the motion to dismiss the indictment. The Commonwealth did appear before a Letcher County grand jury twice pertaining to the matter currently before the court. Why twice? It's weird.
Yeah.
In October 17, 2024, the special prosecutors assigned to this case appear. Oh, okay, because the special prosecutor had to go at it before the Letcher County grand jury for the sole purpose of obtaining grand jury subpoenas, ducis tecum, for the Appalachian Regional Healthcare records. So that would be for the medical documents. The ducis tecum is a documents request. And Leslie County Detention Center records pertaining to the defendant. No testimony was provided to obtain those records, therefore there was no recording. After that appearance, grand jury subpoenas were in fact utilized to obtain the aforementioned records, which were provided to the defendant on December 4th of 2024. My baby's birthday. December 4th. November 21st, 2024, the Commonwealth appeared before the Letcher County Grand Jury to present sworn testimony pertaining to the defendant's actions on September 9th of 2024, which resulted in the death of the Letcher County District Court Judge Kevin Mullins. Detective Clayton Stamper was the sole witness for the Commonwealth, as reflected in the indictment, and in the recording of the only testimony presented to the grand jury. Grand jurors were provided the opportunity to ask questions, and multiple grand jurors did, in fact, pose questions to Detective Stamper, which he answered based upon his investigative knowledge. Only when there were no additional questions from the grand jurors did Detective Stamper testimony conclude. Following Detective Stamper's testimony, the Letcher County Grand Jury deliberated and elected to indict the defendant on one count of murder, public official, a capital offense. The recording of Detective Stamper's sworn testimony to the grand jury was provided to the defendant on December 4th of 2024. And then the law, again here, as no testimony was provided before the Letcher County Grand Jury on October 17th of 2024. No recording was required by RCR 516. Kentucky Rules of Criminal Procedure 516 specifies when testimony before a grand jury shall be recorded. The attorney for the Commonwealth shall cause all of the testimony before a grand jury to be recorded. For this purpose, the attorney for the Commonwealth may appoint a stenographer to take in shorthand the testimony of the witness, or may cause testimony to be taken by a recording device. But the record so made shall include the witness or the testimony of all witnesses. The shorthand notes or the recordings and transcripts of the same, if any, shall be delivered to and retained by the attorney for the Commonwealth. Failure to have a record made, if required by paragraph 1 of this rule 516, shall be ground for dismissal. So they don't have to record it, but they can get a stenographer in there and do the thing. Dismissal of the indictment unless the Commonwealth can show good cause for failure. Mechanical failure of the recording device shall constitute good cause. The stenographer, because we read the law part of it already in the other document. Now, .516 requires the recording of any testimony presented to a grand jury. Certainly, had any testimony been presented to the Letcher County Grand Jury on October 17th, RC 516 would have mandated that such testimony be recorded. However, on that date, the prosecutors appeared before the Letcher County Grand Jury in the interest of transparency. Rather than deploy the grand jury subpoena power provided under RCR 506 unilaterally, which the Commonwealth can lawfully do, the prosecutors opted to appear before the grand jury to notify this investigatory body of the desire to utilize grand jury subpoenas. What are you using? First of all, what do we subpoena? In the medical records, or we're doing? That's what all we've seen so far. They need a subpoena. The case was still being investigated at this juncture and not ready for indictment. Interesting choice of words there. Not ready for indictment. So does that mean they thought they would have not been able to land it at their preliminary hearing? They had the prelim.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, isn't it? So, but I get it. We don't have the medical records, but what are y'all? So, what are you don't need that to charge the man. That comes at trial when we're evaluating the man, right? I'll get this weird grand jury. That's crazy. Crazy talk. I need an attorney up here. Tell us what's happening. Oftentimes, the determination as to whether sufficient evidence exists to bring a case before a grand jury cannot be made without first obtaining crucial evidence in the form of records, which are routinely obtained pre-indictment. Well, then why did you rush a grand jury if you weren't ready? You know what I'm saying? I don't get that either. In the
Right.
defendant's motion, he cites the recording of the testimony that was provided to the grand jury in this matter and notes that a grand juror references a prior meeting with the Commonwealth. 22 minutes into Detective Stamper's testimony before the grand jury, the grand juror does ask, "At our previous meeting, I know you requested medical records. Did that open up anything, or was it just question?" So, hey, we're meeting. We don't got a lot. Let's meet back up soon and see where we stand. Do we got enough yet? Let's go. Well, that's what that sounds like to me.
Yeah.
At our previous meeting, I know you requested medical records. What previous meeting and why? Did that open up anything, or was it just what? Nothing? This is the only
Yeah.
reference made to the October 17, 2024 appearance before the grand jury. This comment in the recording only corroborates that the sole purpose of attendance at grand jury in October was to obtain the aforementioned grand jury subpoenas. They just wanted to get subpoenas because they didn't have enough evidence to go get the subpoenas on their own. Hold up, what? This comment in the recording only corroborates that the sole purpose of the attendance at grand jury in October was to obtain the aforementioned grand jury subpoenas, because the grand jury absolutely holds subpoena power. Further, it's crazy. What the hell, butterflies, happening here? Further, on that same date in October, the foreperson of the grand jury signed a document acknowledging as follows: "We, the Letcher County Grand Jury, hereby request all medical records, including but not limited to mental health records and pharmacy records of Sean Steins for June 19th of 2024 to the present." So we, the grand jury, are hereby requesting, that was through their subpoenas. So would they have reconvened, or, once those subpoenas come in, just like any normal investigation? Okay, that's legit. I could see that. But were they being used to obtain this information, right? Sidestep, police need to show good cause to obtain subpoenas. They weren't prepared yet. We saw that a little bit ago. We heard that blurb they accidentally said. This document was dated 10/17/2024. No witnesses were brought before the grand jury on October 17th of 2024. Accordingly to testimony, or no testimony was provided, and RCR 516's requirement that the grand jury testimony be recorded was inapplicable. Testimony was provided to the grand jury on November 21st of 2024 when Detective Clayton Stamper took an oath to the Letcher County grand jury and testified to the investigation of the case and answered questions from the grand jurors. Nevertheless, the Commonwealth will address the defendant's argument that the indictment should be dismissed on the grounds that October 17th, 2024 appearance before the grand jury was not recorded. 516 does not mandate dismissal of an indictment, even if situations where testimony before a grand jury were not recorded. Specifically, RCR 516 specifies failure to have record made, if required by paragraph 1 of this Rule 516, shall be ground for dismissal of indictment unless the Commonwealth can show good cause for the failure. Mechanical failure of the recording device shall constitute good cause. That didn't happen here. Jackson was indicted. They cite a case here. Jackson was indicted on one count of first-degree robbery and one count of being a first-degree persistent felony offender. Wow. I had to get a drink. First-degree persistent felony offender. Jackson filed a pretrial motion to dismiss the PFO count on the ground that no evidence supporting the PFO charge was presented to the grand jury in the audio recording of the grand jury proceedings. The motion was denied. Jackson cited RC 516 on appeal, and the Supreme Court of Kentucky found as follows: the Commonwealth's attorney offered no explanation for the failure to record the presentation of the PFO evidence to the grand jury. Appellant asserts that this omission required dismissal of the indictment. However, the rule provides that failure to have a record made shall be ground for dismissal of the indictment. Emphasis added. If dismissal were required under those circumstances, the rule would read, failure to have a record made. Okay, y'all going back and forth whether it says record or recording.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we get it. All right, let's go. What will the judge decide? So they're over here. The defense is saying, well, y'all didn't record the meeting. They're over here saying, well, we have, but have they said they have a stenographic record or a transcript yet? I haven't once. I'm waiting to read. We turned over a transcript to the defense, but I'm assuming they did turn stuff over, or the defense wouldn't have heard the statement in our previous meeting, right? So they've got some of the grand jury material, because they're not going to get it all unless they fight hard for it. But they'll get that. They'll get the basis gist of what was going on in there. So I'm assuming they did get some of the grand jury testimony in their discovery. That's how they would know. Okay. The Letcher County grand jury was not denied information, and their decision to indict the defendant shall not be disturbed. And they're going to lay out defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment demonstrates a misunderstanding of fundamental differences between grand jury proceedings and criminal trials. I wonder what the judge will decide on this. What kind of case law exists? If it's true, they just need a record of it, and they have that, then they're covered, right? But is that fair or not? I don't know. Defendant complains that Detective Stamper testified that the defendant was in sane mind. The only comment along those lines was in response to a question from a grand juror. At the 26.17 mark of the grand jury recording, a grand juror asked Detective Stamper, so he was in sane mind as far as this investigation has gone? And Stamper replied simply, yes. So they asked, was he in his sane mind as far as this investigation has gone? Well, fuck.
What other investigation?
Thank you. What do you mean? This investigation? Do you mean the one where he
Is there another one?
Yeah, there is. Do you mean the one where he just shot the judge, or the civil suit he just had to go? Which one what are we doing? I swear to God.
But I thought they didn't know about that. Or they didn't get the information from that. Didn't they say that?
They knew about it. They asked for more information about it and was denied.
Yeah.
But still, this is the grand jury's asking that question. And then they asked this vague comment, but then the defense said that comment was totally different, right?
Right.
In the defense motion we read, they had it down as a totally different, well, right here, in his sane mind, the way it was worded, right? But they're over here saying, no, it wasn't like that.
That he actually said that.
He was he was asked if he was in his sane mind during this investigation. He replies, yes. You'd like to see that transcript, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Defendant is correct that Stamper does not have the expert qualifications to comment on the defendant's mental state at a criminal trial. Such testimony was not prohibited as improper opinion, testimony at grand jury proceeding pursuant to KRE 1101D2. I don't even know what that law is. Like, was he in the same frame of mind that you've always known him? Cops don't always know their assailants. As far as any grand jury testimony about the defendant's failure to speak with law enforcement, again, the defendant confuses the role of grand jury proceedings with the process of criminal trial. In the United States versus Washington, Washington was served a subpoena to appear before the grand jury regarding a stolen motorcycle. Washington appeared before the grand jury and was administered the oath to tell the truth in the presence of the grand jury. Washington argued that giving the oath in the presence of the grand jury undermines assertion of the Fifth Amendment privilege by placing the witness in fear that the grand jury will infer guilt from invocation of the privilege. In rejecting this argument, the United States Supreme Court held, but this argument entirely looks like the grand jury's historic role as an investigative body, and it's not the final arbiter of guilt or innocence. Moreover, is well settled that the invocation of the Fifth Amendment privilege in grand jury proceedings is not admissible in a criminal trial where guilt and innocence is actually at stake. Grand jury testimony doesn't come in at trial. They can talk about it. Apparently, they didn't care and read. No, it was the other agencies' stuff. And they's like, well, that's different than the grand jury. Like, what grand jury? Shh, don't talk about the grand juries. Don't do that.
In the grand jury.
Oh, dirty secrets. Shh, don't do it. Moreover, it is well settled the invocation of the Fifth Amendment privilege in grand jury proceedings is not admissible. Did I start over? I feel like I did. The defendant further alleges that the Letcher County grand jury sought the mental health information that was not disclosed. Turning to the record of the grand jury testimony once again, at the 22:0 mark, a grand juror inquired about the medical records that were obtained via a grand jury subpoena. Stamper read the entirety of the history of the present illness. They got it labeled as HPI. History of the present illness. What present illness did Mickey have? Hold on. Just his depression.
So he read records from... he read the medical records to the grand jury, right?
Yeah, and then it says another grand jury. Yeah, so Stamper read the entirety of the history of present illness comments from those records to the grand jury. Another grand juror referring to the same medical records then asked, is there a list of medications that he was taking? And Stamper testified that he had not reviewed specifically what medications the defendant was taking at the time of his treatment. Oh my goodness. Hold on one second.
Okay,
guys.
so
Go ahead.
So he read the records, but they didn't have access to the records to
I don't know if
see
they
what
gave
was in them?
Well, that's what I don't know yet. They actually gave
That's
up like
weird.
a copy of the records to them to look at. Because then now they're asking to know what medications.
Questions about what's in it, yeah.
Yeah, now they're asking specifically about the medications, and they're being told that he hasn't reviewed it all yet. So let's see if they did give him a copy, if they ever did. Stamper was asked by the prosecutor, "Are they available in these medical records?" Okay, is there a list of medications that he is taking? As Stamper testified that he had not reviewed specifically what medications the defendant was taking at the time of this treatment. So he was being treated for something, right? Detective Stamper was asked by the prosecutor, are they available in these medical records if the grand jurors would like to review them? Stamper responded, yes. The Commonwealth cannot conceive how this exchange would be perceived as withholding mental health information. So did the grand jurors never look at the information? It's asked about, was he on medications? Yes.
Okay, it does say that, the next one.
Mm-hmm.
That they have access to them.
Okay, good. So the record illustrates the grand jurors had the opportunity to review the medical records in question if they so desired. So again, did they not, and
why didn't they?
Or did they?
They asked about them. I mean, they requested them, so.
Yeah, did the defense have the opportunity to question or speak with the grand juror who said, look, I wanted more, and they said it didn't exist, or they didn't give it to us. But then you're supposed to ask as the grand juror, well, let me see those documents. If one is provided and they're able to look at that, that's literally their job, is to get it and look at it. So I can only give them so many outs, right, before I start.
Well, it said they were denied. So at some point they were allowed. And why didn't they?
I know, but then I don't know. That's what I'm saying. The defense is telling you this stuff was withheld. We got to remember that, right? I don't know that it was. And here's the prosecution's explanation for that. No, we didn't withhold anything. Here's what happened. So that I'm just reading it like y'all and evaluating through it. I don't know which ones. I don't know who's telling me the truth. I can't trust none of them at this point. I don't know yet. So in trying to figure out their grand jury system, what's allowed and what isn't, you know what I mean? So it's navigating these court documents because we don't know a lot of this stuff, and apparently the grand jury didn't know enough either. Where was I? Yeah, because then they ask about to review.
You're at the bottom of that paragraph.
Okay, yeah, because when he didn't review them specifically, then they asked. Then it says the grand juror had access to the records if they wanted to view them. So who do you believe, right?
Right.
I was like, I don't know for sure that happened. What the defense told me, I know they're telling me stuff, but I don't know if it's true or not yet. So far, though, I've watched his defense attorneys, right, like on TV, interviews and stuff like that, and I have no complaints about them, right? They're not striking me sideways, making me feel some kind of way about them. I haven't got that at all, so I don't have any ill feelings toward this defense team here at all. I don't know much about them. I know they're a husband and wife team. I do know that.
Yeah.
Were we here at the Supreme Court of Kentucky?
Yeah.
Recognized that the courts are prohibited from dismissing indictments absent specific circumstances. Otherwise, a court would be violating the doctrine of separation of powers. The court held, subject to rare exceptions, usually related to a defendant's claim of a denial of the right to speedy trial. A trial judge has no authority, absent consent of the Commonwealth attorney, to dismiss, amend, or file away before a trial prosecution based on good indictment. Okay. Generally, defendant, I'm scamming through now because I think it's going to be, okay, courts are extremely reluctant to scrutinize grand jury proceedings. Yeah, they are, but I'm not. No matter what the outcome, we got to make sure it's right. Court of Appeals did state generally a defendant must demonstrate a flagrant abuse of the grand jury process that resulted in both actual prejudice and deprived the grand jury of an autonomous and unbiased judgment. Okay. And then they go on to say a prosecutor knowingly or intentionally presents false, misleading, or prejudiced testimony to the grand jury that results in actual prejudice. So they're basically denying everything that the defense put forth in their motion and gave an explanation to why they didn't have certain things or whatever. And like I said, I don't think the judge has even had a hearing yet. Let me see. Let me go back up a little bit because they're going to talk about some of the defendants. Let me go back up to here. The defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment alleges that the Commonwealth elicited Detective Clayton Stamper testified to multiple misleading statements before the Letcher County grand jury. However, this incredibly serious allegation was proffered without any support either on the face of the motion or in the record. Yeah, that record's going to matter. Upon reviewing the recording of Detective Stamper's grand jury testimony, the Commonwealth has been unable to identify any questions lodged by the grand jurors that were not answered by Detective Clayton within his personal knowledge. In fact, the only question presented pertaining to a pending civil case came at the 2409 mark of the recording when a grand juror said, "So you, the ongoing lawsuit against the sheriff's office." So you said the ongoing, he makes a comment, or they make a comment. So you said the ongoing lawsuit against the sheriff's office. Did Judge Mullins have any relation to that case in any way? Detective Stamper answered, "No, not." That's weird. No, not at all. Or no, not. No.
Right.
No, not. What the fuck? The prosecutor then asked Detective Stamper, "To your knowledge, was Judge Mullins involved?" Stamper responded, "To my knowledge, no involvement." How does Stamper know? Didn't he investigate the shooting? Was he present during the deposition?
Right.
An active part of the investigation into Ben Fields. What the hell? It's weird. Again, to your knowledge, was Judge Mullins involved? To my knowledge, no involvement. Well, this indictment came after the shooting and after the prelim had happened and whatever. So they're investigating. This was the sole question from a grand juror that could be attributed to the civil case reference. So they're only referenced it one time, the civil case, and it was to this comment here.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like when Karen Reed, the jurors, like, why are they being asked about it? Another agency, right? Why are we asking about certain things here that the therapist knows? Weird. The United States Supreme Court has recognized the notable differences between grand jury proceedings and a criminal trial, finding that requiring the prosecutor to present exculpatory as well as inculpatory evidence would alter the grand jury's historical role, transforming it from an accusatory to an adjudicatory body. And then you can cite, they cite United States versus Williams. The prosecutors are not required at the grand jury stage, or at any stage for that matter, to attempt to mount a defense for the accused. If the defendant is aware of exculpatory evidence in this matter, and certainly the defendant is in the best position to know why he shot and killed Judge Mullins, the opportunity to present such evidence is a criminal trial. Following Stamper's testimony to the Letcher County grand jury, which included presentation of a video clearly depicting the defendant shooting Letcher County District Court Judge Kevin Mullins multiple times, the grand jurors elected to indict the defendant on one count of murder. And I can't say that I wouldn't have either if I was them. Like, I don't even know what's happening there. I don't even know what they told them in the grand jury as to what happened. Possible questions about his mental health. We got his records. You know what I mean? They still murder. It is murder. I don't care if it is this extreme emotional disturbance defense. Even if it is that, it's still murder, right?
Yeah, he still shot him. There's no question.
Yeah, there's no question
Right
about
there.
that. There's really never a justification for taking someone's life like that. He had the option to walk out the door.
Yep.
Ending the
Or not even go.
Well, killing the judge wasn't going to make the civil suit go away.
No.
It was,
He's made things worse for himself, but
right, exactly. And you did it on damn camera, dude, and then you just walk out like it's over. Like, y'all got me. Like, something.
I mean, the mental issues will be part of his defense, but to negate that he even did it at all.
Exactly. You're right. That's going to be the whole thing here, because it is an extreme emotional disturbance defense. So something, either way, I don't care if they don't even have that defense. Something triggered the man to get up and do that. Like, I don't think he was just gunning for the judge for, decades there. Like, something was going on. I really don't think it had anything to do with Mickey Stein's daughter. Like, an involvement with the judge, between the judge and the daughter.
No, not that type, but maybe like we were talking about earlier, threats to his family, maybe.
Threats being made against his family because of the involvement with a sex scandal civil suit going on there. I could.
Or maybe there were no threats made, and maybe some of the medications he was taking gave him paranoia to thinking that there might be. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, he could be schizophrenic, right?
Right.
Like, legit. We don't know what he was suffering with. I've read and heard like depression, like that, anxiety, a little insomnia, but I think that is common in so many people. We're not going to go out and shoot people. So was there something more? Was it more in depth, like schizophrenic, right? Was there something like that level involved? What type of medications was he taking? Because sometimes the medications can, but not where you're sitting. My problem is, you can be on a medication and you're just like out there in left field. Now you're doing all kind of shit. But Mickey's sitting there calm, collected.
Well, I do know that some of these,
he's on
he wasn't. Yeah, if he wasn't sleeping and was given medication to help him sleep, some of those medications can cause. I'm not saying this doesn't justify what he did. It's just
No,
we're
they
all
can cause
asking, trying to find out
psychosis.
why.
Yeah, like if they cause psychosis and cause you to be
Right.
paranoid, a paranoid state, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the medications could play a big factor in his thought process, decision making, right?
Right.
Because we see him, acting. And maybe tomorrow we'll go live. We'll look at we'll look at those body cams, guys, because they're long, and we're like getting on in here today. But he seems to be paranoid, and when
And
they
then add
arrest
to it
him,
the situation that everything that's going on adds to it, and then it's the perfect storm for something like this to happen.
well, he's also. But I just feel like there's something more. This wasn't. He just
Mm-hmm.
lost his shit. And I'm gonna kill my friend I've had for years. There's
Right.
something happened between you and your friend. I'm sorry. Something happened. You just didn't decide. Today's the day. I'm going to unalive somebody because I'm in a mood. It might as well be you, Judge. Sorry about our friendship. It's not going to
Yeah,
hurt.
it could be a combination of both
Now, something
things. I mean, I
happened.
don't know.
I'm telling y'all,
Yeah.
something happened, triggered this whole event. What was it?
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know that the judge knew about what was going down in his chambers. Maybe he didn't, but he's willing to cover for somebody else and go take the fall, Mickey. I don't know. There were a lot of ties in the community, right, between the people. So you have to
Mm-hmm.
consider all that and put that into the equation. Was that even a part of it? But obvious to me, something triggered whatever went down in that office. I
Yeah.
don't think it pertained to the judge getting it on with Mickey's daughter, and that was what caused
No.
it's no, I don't believe it either. And you can suffer so much. So if it was like, I'm sure the weight of the world was on his shoulders with the civil suit, right? He just did a
Mm-hmm.
deposition, department's being sued. We know what Ben was doing behind these closed doors. Mickey's world's falling apart. Wife done said get out. He had to go spend
Yeah.
the night with his aunt. What was Mickey's state of mind, right? Like Koberger's state of
Mm-hmm.
mind coming to the TA firings and all that was going on. Shit's happening over here with Mickey. It's escalating now.
Yeah.
Is the judge just an innocent bystander to Mickey's madness, or what triggered that? I still think I don't know. We'll have,
Mm-hmm.
we'll have to stay tuned, guys, for this one.
Yeah.
And
Definitely.
follow it. And I want to take a look at a few more documents. I don't think anything's come down since those two documents. I still hope to get up with Elizabeth and get her on here when we can get our schedules to jive up and just get her take on some of the ins and outs there in town of what's goes on.
Oh, definitely.
It'd be fun to get that. She's on Court TV a couple of times, guys. She's been on there a few times talking to Vinny about the case. And like I said, we dropped her link into the chat earlier. You guys go over and check her out sometimes. She's got she's doing other things besides the Steins case, obviously. I think she
Mm-hmm.
reads trial as well. But anyway, she's done a really good deep dive into this case.
Yeah, I
So
was starting to go back from the beginning because she had like the playlist and stuff for from the
yeah,
beginning when she started covering it
that one
from
thing
there.
I'm bad about doing is making them playlists, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. By the end of the day, I'm trying to sit outside and enjoy yesterday it was hot, so I was like,
Mm.
hurry up and cool off so I can go sit outside. I was getting mad. Like for the first time this summer, I got mad because it was hot. I was like, just a little bit, just give me that. Because at a certain time in my yard, you cannot be out there. And I'm like, I know
Yeah.
at that time. So usually I time it. I'm like inside cooking dinner during that time and eating and all the things. So
Mm-hmm.
by the time I'm done, yeah, my yard is right and ready for me because it knows I'm coming and I'm gonna sit down for a
Nice.
while. So then I go to do the things I was gonna do, and I'm like, nah, I'm doing something totally stupid, like watching listening to the birds and watching shit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Nice.
yeah, it's go back over there and deep dive her playlist on that because it is a good one. She's got all the things, and she can explain a lot of the different people that were in the room, during the when Mickey first came into the room.
The dynamic of the town,
Yeah,
people, some of the people involved.
yeah,
It's always
exactly.
good to know
She
the
brings that to the
background.
table, right? Like a real boots on the ground there because she is in the area.
Mm-hmm.
So she can bring you the vibe, you know, and that woven intricacy of that small town that goes on there, and other stuff. So hopefully we can get it worked out and get her over here soon. And we're going to keep an eye, guys, on the cases we're following. Again, we got the gag order hearing in 2 days for Kohberger. So, of course, I'll carry that here on the channel as well. I'll pack in as much as I can this weekend. I'm supposed to spend all day Saturday at the river. We were going to do Sunday. Nice. It's been switched to Saturday, but I don't think this storm is supposed to cross over the Gulf until after the weekend. I don't know. Rachel says we had 50 mile per hour winds yesterday, and this morning now it dropped 20 degrees. Damn, 20 degrees.
So I wish it would drop 20 degrees here.
Florida's like, what? I just want the humidity to drop. I'm not asking for the whole roommate would be like, what's the degrees? And I was like, what? What's the degrees? And I'm like, what are you talking about? What is the degrees? The degrees outside. And I'm like, you mean the temperature? Okay. So I'm not looking for the degrees to drop, but I want that humidity to drop for sure. Oh my God. Some days it's like, come on, man. You don't interfere with my outside time. Don't do it. But Saturday I'll be at the creek. We're going to take the boat out to from the river out to the sandbar, the whole family. It's a whole family. Several boats have to be involved because we won't make it. Yeah. Nice.
Sounds like lots of fun.
Yeah, my dad, my brothers, sisters, all my kids, we're all going to be out there. So good time. Hopefully the weather will hold up. We've had beautiful weather every weekend for quite a while. It seems like the rain would come during the middle of the week. You know what I mean? So hopefully it'll stick to that pattern. But it's Florida. You never know. No matter where you are here, we are bound to get an afternoon pop-up somewhere.
Oh, yes. Yes, that was a thing.
Yeah, it's coming. I sat outside the other day and watched one off in the distance. Like, it was thundering, it was lightning, and it was just so far off that I could just sit there and watch it. It was so cool. It never got to me, though. It's like the Bob Seger song, woke last night to the sound of thunder. How far off I sat and wondered. Is that storm going to get to me or not? I'm just going to sit here and wait it out. It never came. So just enjoying my coffee. I will, Rachel. I will post pics. I will take. There's some. Look, the scenery there just blows me away. Those old trees and the way they look in the water is just incredible. I got to go touch me some grass and ground myself for sure. All right, guys. Nice. I'm gonna let you go. I may not stream tomorrow. I may take Wednesday off. I don't know if Joe has anything planned for this week or not. Maybe we'll see. If I see you tomorrow, I'll see you. If I do decide to go live, I'll put a notification out early in the morning. But if not, I'll be back on. What's tomorrow? What day is that?
Tomorrow's Wednesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday, the 16th. Thursday, the 17th.
Don't throw the dates in there with it, please.
Tomorrow's Wednesday.
I just asked about what day it was. Oh, day. No, I'm teasing her and she knows it. I don't do the. Y'all know me by now. But yeah. Anyway, the day after that, tomorrow, I'll be back. Whatever.
You're not the only one. For some reason, I thought tomorrow was the 15th. I'm like, why? I don't even know why that. I thought
I text my kiddo to tell him we changed from Sunday to Saturday, and I had the date all wrong, right? And he's like, Mom, that's Friday. I'm like, well, you know what I mean? Saturday. I just need you Saturday. He's like, I'm already off Saturday. He's like, great, it works out. I don't care what the date is. That day, Saturday, that's the day I need you, regardless of the date. All right, guys. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out with us and getting our case updates today. We'll be watching all the things, and I'm sure Stefan's going to he got his little ink pen to go with this little leg brace. He should be good to go.
Excuse my dogs in the background. Sorry.
You're good. I got animals. I don't. It's all good around here. Anyway, we'll keep up with the things we're following, guys, and we'll be back. Tomorrow. Hang on. I may just take tomorrow off because I don't expect that Kohberger hearing to be long. It's actually a Zoom hearing, and it's going to be the same attorneys arguing for the media coalition in their efforts to get the gag order lifted early. So I don't even expect it to be a long one at all. They are I believe they're streaming it from the court's website again. So I just got a message from my girl. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, Miss Shorty's got me. We're gonna do this, guys.
Nice.
Okay. So anyway, okay, we're on it. All right. So yeah, if I may take tomorrow off because I may just need to do some things around here so I can stream Thursday and Friday. That sounds good. Always gotta take a day off to do the house. I can't stand the dirty house, and I don't feel comfortable sitting here streaming for hours knowing my house needs attention. My brain can't work like that. So I'm like, yeah. So I'll take a day, do the house, and get some shit together here, and we'll meet back up here on Thursday. I think that Kohberger hearing, what did I say, 10:30 their time? I think that's 9:30 a.m. Central. But I'll verify my times, guys, and get it out there into the YouTube verse so you guys can take a look and get your notifications on. All right, Motion to Scream. Thank you, honey. I appreciate you guys. You know I love the channel. I didn't get to come hang out at Shorty's Camp Shorty this weekend because I had a couple things I was out doing. So I popped in briefly for a while when I was driving or in a car. But then I was in and out this weekend. So I didn't get to hang as much this weekend as usual. And I'll be honest, I missed it, right? I missed it. I was like, I'm usually home on this night watching Miss Shorty. Notice I said this night. I got a notification yesterday from YouTube. Congrats. I have 10 subscribers. I had to laugh since my channel isn't girl, Miss Woozy. We all came over there and subbed up.
Yep. Now you got 11 because I just subscribed because I forgot to do it yesterday. I apologize.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, maybe I'll do some
thank you, everyone.
Maybe I'll have a spa day in the middle of my house cleaning day. Take some time for you. All right. All right, guys. Y'all have a good afternoon. Butterfly, thank you for coming up and joining me as usual. I appreciate you being here. Chatters, I love you guys. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. I enjoy having you up, and I appreciate my mod team. Rachel is in the chat. Forrest, you are in the chat.
Forrest.
We couldn't do it without you guys, and I appreciate all of y'all so much. All right, guys. Y'all do all the things, like and subscribe and all the fun stuff, and I'll see you back here on Thursday.
On the next one.
Woozy. We expect some content, ma'am. We don't care. We'll come tune in. Give me the flowers. I don't care. I'll come look. All right. All right, guys. Y'all have a good one, and I'll see you back here on Thursday morning.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each of you.